Chapter 245. When the thick fog appeared in the valley, there was a dangerous aura coming from it. Chun Bingyu knit her brows. Her eyesight was very good, and she immediately found the demon beasts hidden in the fog. However, she had never seen this kind of demon beast before. The monster's body was about 3 to 4 meters long, and its weight was about 3 to 500 kilograms. Its entire body was covered in a layer of hard, pitch-black shell. Its snake-like body was long and slender, and its ugly snake had flicked out its tongue. The lower half of its body slithered along the ground at high speed, while the upper half of its body stood tall. It had 6 arms, and the first pair was shockingly sharp and strong scorpion pincers. It was hard to count. There were at least 2,000 of them. The green dragon trail was not that big, and with so many demon beasts appearing at the same time, it was as spectacular as a flood. There were low and sinister hissing sounds and dense scarlet eyes that completely covered their vision. Snake-scorpion beasts. Chu Tian's face slightly changed as he said, "This is a very dangerous level 1 demon beast that lives in groups." Before his voice fell, the ground a few dozen feet away suddenly split open, and several pitch-black monsters charged out from the ground. These demonic beasts had long tails raised up, and at the end of their tails was something like a scorpion's tail needle. As it spun at high speed, it spat out a thick mist, which instantly spread out around the two. Humph! Chun Bingyu reflexively sent them flying with 2 palms. The terrifying strength froze their bodies, and they fell to the ground, exploding into pieces. These level 1 demon beasts could not even take a single blow. Who would have thought that when Chun Bingyu made her move, several more scorpion beasts would come out from the ground? What followed was a fog that exploded from the ground. "Be careful!" Chu Tian knew how dangerous these beasts were. "Dodge this fog!" It was too late. Chun Bingyu was caught off guard and took in a breath of the fog. A burning feeling filled her chest, and half of her body became numb. "This is bad. There's poison in the fog." Chun Bingyu angrily sent 3 snake-scorpion beasts flying with a palm, but her eyes began to blur and her body became weak. It was clear that the poison had entered her body and was starting to take effect. The poison of a level 1 demon beast was this strong. This was something Chun Bingyu did not expect. If it wasn't for her deep cultivation base, she would not have been able to stand up. So when Chun Bingyu heard Chu Tian's shout, she wanted to leave without any hesitation. Who would have thought that at this time? Pung! The ground split open again. A long tail shot out. It was different from the other snake-scorpion beasts. Not only was it thick, it was also dark gold. The sharp tail quickly stabbed at Chun Bingyu's back. This kind of sneak attack should not have succeeded, but Chun Bingyu had just been poisoned by the snake-scorpion beast. Although she had suppressed it with her profound spirit energy, her body was not as nimble as before. A heart-piercing pain came from her back, and her eyes turned black, feeling that something was wrong. Would he fail miserably at such a simple task? "Don't worry about me." Chun Bingyu was surrounded by poisonous fog in all directions. Chun Bingyu found that she could no longer escape. "Go! Fox, cover me!" The little fox was immune to 100 poisons and wasn't even afraid of the corpse monster's poison. Although the snake-scorpion beast was highly toxic, it was still inferior to the corpse monster. So when the little fox took a deep breath, the poison mist surrounding Chun Bingyu was instantly sucked away by the little fox. The dark gold scorpion tail that attacked Chun Bingyu was definitely the snake-scorpion beast king. The snake-scorpion beast king was a level 2 demon beast, so its poison was not something normal snake-scorpion beasts could compare to. Even with Chun Bingyu's deep cultivation, she instantly lost her battle strength, so it was not hard to see how strong this thing was. If they couldn't quickly cure Chun Bingyu, their lives would be in danger. They had to escape from here first. The entire green dragon trail was covered in tunnels, making it even more dangerous for the snake-scorpion beasts to come and go. They didn't even need to show themselves, and just released the poison mist from the cracks. In this kind of narrow valley, it didn't take long for the poison mist to fill the valley. Pitiful cries came one after another. "Ah, save me!" The various resource field guards, including the guards escorting Chu Tian, were all sucked into the snake-scorpion beast's poison. Even if they held their breath, it was useless because the poison was like a bloodthirsty ant. It could even enter one's body through their pores, instantly paralyzing them and causing them to fall to the ground. The snake-scorpion beasts would charge forward. They had scorpion claws that could tear through steel and could easily tear apart the bodies of humans and beasts. They were cut into pieces and eaten, creating a bloody and terrifying scene. They finally understood why the Green Dragon Trail had stopped production. With this kind of large beast horde, they could not be defeated. This was simply a disaster. It was a good thing that Chu Tian's cultivation was not weak, so he moved very quickly. After activating the Starlight Immortal Body, the poison mist could not enter his body through his pores, and adding in the mind's lamp, he could find his way in this dark environment. He could also see the snake-scorpion beasts hiding in the tunnels, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Finally, with the little fox's help, he successfully escaped from the Green Dragon Trail. When he looked back, the entire valley was covered in the black poison mist, and there were faint, pitiful cries coming from it. Those people that did not escape in time had already become the snake-scorpion beast's food. Too terrifying. Even Father almost died. "Damn, fatty, I'm going to skin you alive." Chu Tian placed the unconscious Chen Bingyu on the ground and first checked the wound on Chen Bingyu's back. The snake-scorpion beast king's sneak attack had stabbed her back, but Chen Bingyu's protective spirit energy was very thick, so the wound was not deep. It was at most a flesh wound, but the snake-scorpion beasts always used poison to kill people. The depth of the wound was not important. The key was the depth of the poison. A normal snake-scorpion beast's poison was enough to seal the throat, but the snake-scorpion beast king's poison was several times stronger. If it was a normal awakened soul cultivator, they would have died on the spot. Chun Bingyu's thick spirit energy could block the poison for a while, but if the poison entered her heart, Chu Tian would not be able to save her. Every second counted now. Chun Bingyu was unconscious on the ground. Her tight black clothes were stretched over her devil-like figure, especially her towering twin peaks, long and slender legs, and round and perky buttocks. Such a valiant woman was now unconscious in front of him, giving off a strong sense of temptation. "Don't blame me. I'm doing this to save you." Chu Tian forcefully tore off the clothes on Chun Bingyu's chest, instantly revealing a large amount of white skin. Chu Tian's eyes couldn't help but stare. The giant inside Chun Bingyu was not wearing a normal woman's underwear, but rather a white undergarment. That tall and straight mountain peak and that bottomless ravine had a strong visual impact. Chu Tian couldn't help but criticize Chun Bingyu for this. This girl wasn't young anymore. How come she couldn't even buy undergarments? This undergarment clearly didn't match her figure. Wearing it on her chest every day, wasn't she afraid of it being torn apart by her breathing? Moreover, wearing it every day, wouldn't she feel uncomfortable? Really, she might as well not wear it at all. Chu Tian secretly cursed in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving. He immediately took out a few silver needles and quickly stabbed them into Chun Bingyu's meridians. First he sealed the main meridians, and then he used the diamond vein cutting finger to attack the surroundings. He first used his spirit energy to slowly force out the poison that had entered her meridians. Chun Bingyu really was a cultivation maniac. This body was tight and full of elasticity. Really, when Chu Tian's thoughts were running wild, Chun Bingyu spat out a mouthful of black blood and opened her eyes. She did not have time to understand the situation because her chest was exposed, and there was a hand moving around. So, as if it was a conditioned reflex, she sent out a slap, and a thick white spirit energy slammed into the person in front of her. Oh, damn. Chu Tian quickly released the Starlight Immortal body, but he was still sent flying several meters. He heavily fell onto a large rock, and the rock was like it had been hit by a cannonball, instantly shattering into pieces. Chun Bingyu suddenly stood up and felt her body tremble. She quickly covered her chest, but found that there were several silver needles stuck in her chest. Chun Bingyu stared blankly for a few seconds. She looked at the fox that was gloating at her misfortune, and then looked at the fallen Chu Tian. It's Chu Tian. Is he trying to save me? Chun Bingyu thought of what happened before she fainted, and her cheeks couldn't help turning slightly hot. Chu Tian was lying there without moving. It can't be that a single palm. Chun Bingyu saw that Chu Tian was not moving and her brows slightly knit together. Her heart was a bit panicked. Are you all right? He couldn't have really killed him, could he? Chun Bingyu dragged her weak body over and saw Chu Tian lying on the ground. His eyes were wide open and his face was swollen. He looked at Chun Bingyu and only came back to his senses after a while. You actually hit my face that I view as important as my life. You actually hit my face that I view as important as my life. Not dead. Then she was relieved. Chun Bingyu gritted her teeth and said without showing any weakness, You dare touch me? I'm helping you detoxify. All right, but you touched me. Please, elder sister, if I really wanted to do something to you, I would have already done it several times while you were unconscious. How could I give you a chance to hit me? But you still touched me. Chu Tian's nose was almost crooked from anger. Can't you change your lines? How could this woman be so unreasonable? Fine, fine, fine. Chu Tian raised his hands in surrender. I touched you. What do you want me to do? Chun Bingyu lightly snorted. Since young, those who dare touch my men, even if it's just a touch of my hand, without exception, have all been killed by me. Damn. You want to kill me to silence me? I won't kill you. Is that so? Chu Tian was so angry that his teeth itched. Then should I thank you for not killing me? No need. I forgive you. You forgive me? You actually King forgave me. Chu Tian gritted his teeth. Should I feel honored? Chun Bingyu faintly nodded, which was considered as a tacit agreement. Chu Tian had a whole new level of respect for this silent woman who was not good with words. She really hid herself well, and I always thought that my face was invincible. This lesson taught people that a tiger's butt and a woman's chest could not be easily touched. However, compared to a tiger's butt and a woman's chest, what could not be touched was Brother Tian's peerlessly handsome face. Would this slap have been for nothing? This was not Chu Tian's style at all. He couldn't hit back. Could he beat Chun Bingyu? A gentleman's revenge was never too late. Good, good, good. I saved your life, and you gave me a slap. We're even. Chun Bingyu seemed like she did not hear the sarcasm in his words, and nodded like it was natural. Chu Tian rubbed his face. He was almost disfigured. She destroyed Father's Starlight Immortal body with a single palm. You almost knocked me out with a single palm strike. This woman's strength was a bit higher than he imagined. It had to be known that Chun Bingyu was in a weakened state. So if this palm was normal, Chu Tian would have lost his life. Chun Bingyu looked at him. Why aren't you up yet? I can't. I feel like all the bones in my body are falling apart. Chu Tian reached out a hand. Quickly pull me up. Chun Bingyu silently looked at Chu Tian, but her ears suddenly moved. It seems like there's the sound of horse hoofs. Saying this, she turned around and left. Chu Tian reached out a hand as he awkwardly lay on the ground. The little fox was gloating on the side. What are you laughing at? Chu Tian stared at the little fox. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Chu Tian felt the ground tremble, and the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Could it be? Qing State's army had arrived. Chapter 246. When Chu Tian walked up the hill, while holding his swollen face, he immediately saw a fire dragon slowly moving in from the distance. This should be a group of soldiers holding torches. There were at least several thousand of them, and the scale was not small at all. Cavalry troops? Were they just going to kill their way in? That was too stupid. It was no different from sending themselves to death. When the several thousand elite cavalry reached the entrance of the Green Dragon Trail, there were already large amounts of snake-scorpion beasts charging out of the Green Ridge. The Qing State cavalry seemed to understand the snake-scorpion beasts very well. These demon beasts were very dangerous, especially the poison mist that they could control. If they attacked the nearby villages, it would definitely cause heavy casualties. Listen to my order. We have to stop the beast wave here. Otherwise, once they spread out, the consequences will be unimaginable. A single snake-scorpion beast was enough to destroy a small group of soldiers. If the snake-scorpion beasts gathered together, it was still easy to deal with, but once they spread out, the poison mist would be everywhere. How could they tell? Not to mention that it was nighttime right now, so the naked eye could not tell the poison mist apart. Fire! Fire for me! 300 steps away. Kill them all. The Qing State cavalry gave up on the cavalry's most advantageous charging tactic. Each person held a bow and shot at the snake-scorpion beasts at a 45-degree angle, releasing a dense rain of arrows at them. Puchi! Several snake-scorpion beasts were hit by the arrows. The snake-scorpion beasts were filled with rage. They stopped fighting for food and charged at the cavalry. The Qing State cavalry did not dare be careless as they retreated and released a dense rain of arrows. However, this kind of attack was not very effective against the snake-scorpion beasts. Firstly, there were too many snake-scorpion beasts to kill. Secondly, the snake-scorpion beasts' outer shells were very strong and could effectively resist the poison mist. Thirdly, the snake-scorpion beasts were covered in the poison mist and had the cover of the night, so the archers could not aim and could only randomly shoot. In this kind of situation, it was already not bad if they could hit 1 out of 10. A large amount of thick, black, poisonous fog rolled and spread like a mighty tsunami, engulfing the cavalrymen. Damn! Retreat! Quickly retreat! The cavalry leader waved his large sword as he shouted. He immediately pulled the reins, and the rest of the cavalry began to retreat. At this time, a large gust of wind blew by, increasing the speed at which the poison mist spread. In an instant, 300-400 cavalry were swallowed by the poison mist. The snake-scorpion beast's poison mist was hard to defend against. Even if it touched their skin, it could enter their body through their pores. Just a small amount was enough to paralyze a cultivator. Ah! I can't move. One by one, the cavalrymen collapsed to the ground. Regardless of whether they were men or horses, their bodies twitched as they gradually lost the ability to resist. Those cruel snakes and scorpions pounced on them, using their powerful pincers to shred their bodies and began to feast on their flesh and blood. The most terrifying part of this slaughter was that the poison fog could paralyze a person's body, but it would not make them lose consciousness. The people that fell into the snake-scorpion beasts could only watch as their bodies were torn apart and eaten. That mournful scream made the other cavalrymen tremble in fear. Despicable beasts. The cavalryman saw that the ground was littered with struggling and wailing soldiers. His eyes turned red with anger. Kill! 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 You must kill them all for me. The cavalryman drew his bow again. The snake-scorpion beasts had hunted enough food, and were preparing to enjoy themselves, but these hateful cavalry kept harassing them, completely angering the snake-scorpion beasts. Thus, the snake-scorpion beasts threw away the food in their hands and once again attacked the cavalry. The vipers and scorpions lived in groups and had a very obvious attack strategy. After leaving the narrow green dragon trail, they immediately split into several groups and attacked the cavalry from different directions. The dark night was the best camouflage for the snake-scorpion beasts. The snake-scorpion beasts were completely black and covered in a dark green mist, so it was impossible to see them with the naked eye. When the cavalry concentrated on attacking the snake-scorpion beasts in front of them, they did not know that there were already two snake-scorpion beasts attacking them from the left and right. "Ah, I've been poisoned. Save me, the monsters on the left are sneak attacking. Save me, there are demon beasts on the right." The cavalry fell to the ground one by one, and pitiful cries came from the dark night. The rest of the cavalry fell into chaos and became dizzy, running around like headless flies. Finally, they were surrounded by the snake-scorpion beasts, and the cavalry leader died a miserable death. "Run! Quickly run!" Several thousand cavalry came to help, but only 700-800 managed to escape. The rest of the cavalry lost their lives to the snake-scorpion beast's poison, becoming food for the snake-scorpion beasts. The snake and scorpion dragged all the corpses of the people and horses into the canyon, and the poisonous fog quickly retreated with the snake and scorpion. Other than the bloodstains, broken armors, weapons, and arrows scattered all over the place, there was not a single trace left. Chun Bingyu and Chu Tian were standing on the hill, so they could see the entire process, but they could not do anything. They truly were terrifying demon beasts. With these snake-scorpion beasts occupying the Green Ridge, it was impossible for humans to mine at all. It was no wonder that damn Fatty was willing to sell all these high-quality resources. Chun Bingyu knit her brows and said in a low voice, "Do we need to notify Central State and have them send reinforcements? Haven't you seen the miserable state of the Qing State Army? Miracle Commerce's soldiers are very precious. We can't lose them here." Chu Tian gave a sigh and said in a depressed voice, "I wanted to be low-key this time, but who would have thought that we would encounter this kind of trouble? What do we do? The poison in your body has not been completely removed." Chu Tian said to Chun Bingyu, "We can only go into the city." Chun Bingyu seemed to have forgotten what had just happened as she expressionlessly said, "Go to the main city?" From the situation in the Green Dragon Trail, the snake-scorpion beasts have occupied the Green Ridge for a long time. I think Qing State City is even more anxious than us, so we can only make a move and help them." It was just like what Chu Tian had said. Qing State City was more anxious than anyone else. There were tens of thousands of snake-scorpion beasts in the Green Ridge. These snake-scorpion beasts did not appear in areas where humans were active before, but in the last few months, several thousand snake-scorpion beasts had appeared in the Green Dragon Trail and occupied it. The Green Dragon Trail connected Qing State to the east and west, so the Green Dragon Trail was an important transportation hub. With such an important passage blocked, not only did all the mining stop, it was easy to guess how big of an impact it would have on Qing State. Qing State was naturally very anxious. They gathered troops several times to open the Green Dragon Trail, but they returned in failure every time. Not only did they not destroy the snake-scorpion beasts, they even made the snake-scorpion beasts eat their fill several times, causing Qing State City to suffer heavy losses. This group of snake-scorpion beasts had caused Qing State to lose 40-50,000 elite soldiers. This was why when Thunder State was in trouble, Central State, Southern State, and Qing State could all come to help, but the calm martial ruler's letter only asked for help from Southern State and Central State, not mentioning Qing State at all. This was because Imperial City was clear that Qing State couldn't even protect themselves. So how could they have time to care about Thunder State? When Chu Tian arrived in Qing State City, The entire main city was filled with despair. After last night's fierce battle, Qing State had lost over 2,000 elite soldiers. This was like adding hail to snow to Qing State City. So how could the Qing State citizens be happy? There had been no news from Eastern Qing State for 2 months. Eastern Qing State did not connect to the other areas of southern Xia, so they relied on the Green Dragon Trail to transport goods. Now that there had been no supplies for 2-3 months, it would be strange if they didn't fall into chaos. Qing State's resources could not be transported out of Qing State, so they were all rotting in their hands. The mines had closed, the factories had closed, and the workers had lost their income. The economy had suffered a large blow, and the people had no food to eat. So how could they not rebel? Old Fifth Yu quickly ran in front of Chu Tian. "Chairman, I found it." "Is that so?" Chu Tian's brows jumped up. "Bring me there." 10 minutes later, Chu Tian walked into a rich merchant's mansion. He saw a group of fierce giant shark gang members wildly smashing things inside. The guards in the mansion were all beaten to the ground, and all the maids were kneeling on the ground with pale faces, not even daring to breathe loudly. "Scram out." Boss Yu was holding a fellow as fat as a pig as he smashed through the door, slamming into the ground. He pulled out a snow-white long blade from his waist and placed it on the fatty's neck. "Chairman, when I found him, he was preparing to run away, so I might as well kill him with a single slash." Who the hell were these people? They actually dared to attack the Shun family's mansion. The Shun family was still a famous family in Qing State. Who are you people, daring to commit murder in the main city in broad daylight? The fatty Xinyuan's face was filled with fear. When he raised his swollen face, he saw Chu Tian and Chen Bingyu walk in. You didn't die," Chu Tian said with a cold face. "Father didn't die. Are you disappointed? It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." The fatty finally knew why these people wanted to beat him up. "What happened last night was an accident. I also lost several subordinates." Chu Tian gave a cold snort. "Is that so?" "That group of demon beasts doesn't have a regular hunting schedule, sometimes not appearing for 3-5 days. I didn't know that I would be this unlucky, appearing when I was looking at the mines." "Humph." Chu Tian walked in front of the fatty. "You clearly knew that the Green Dragon Trail was occupied by demon beasts, but you didn't tell me. How do you explain this?" "Nonsense. If there wasn't a group of demon beasts, why would Father sell the mines to you? Since he bought them at a low price, he naturally had to take the risk." "Calm down. Brother, calm down." The fatty gave an embarrassed smile and said, "The Green Dragon Trail has stopped production for now, but you have to know that Qing State and Southern Xia will not ignore it. It was only a matter of time before this path was opened, and Brother Yu's mines would be worth a lot of money. Even if you don't mine it, you can still sell it for a large profit. Even so, you knew that the mines were dangerous, but you didn't tell us the truth, almost making us lose our lives. Truly hateful. Beat him for me." The giant shark gang members began to beat him up. "Stop, stop." The fatty cried out, "I'll give you another 30 million gold coins as an apology to Brother Yu." The lowest valuation of the mines was 360 million, so selling it to Chu Tian for 150 million was a very low price. Just like the fatty said, the Green Dragon Trail would be opened sooner or later. Qing State had the most resources out of the 8 states, so if Qing State stopped producing resources, it would affect the national strength of Southern Xia. So this could not be allowed to happen. Chu Tian impatiently waved his hand. "This fat pig is annoying. Lock him up." "Spare me, spare me." Old Fifth, you dragged the fat pig that was howling in fear away. Chun Bingyu was a little unhappy. "You're letting him go like this?" "He's just a small character. He shouldn't be trying to harm us." Chu Tian said this, and suddenly paused. "Other than that, I have a plan that this fat pig might be able to help me with." "What plan?" "The Green Dragon Trail has been blocked for 3 months, and there are still no signs of it being opened. The Green Ridge beast disaster is also threatening the city. This has caused Qing State's resources to fall and many mines and forest prices to fall. I think there are many merchants like this fatty that want to sell their properties. Your meaning is that we should take this chance to buy resources? Smart. We didn't bring much money. Can't we earn money without money? Chu Tian gave a laugh. Come, let's go to the Marquis Palace. This greenwood marquis was truly useless. He couldn't even take care of a few trivial snakes and scorpions. Chapter 247. The eastern part of Qing State's situation was very bad. How could it not be bad? Western Qing State could use the four states lake to transport goods from other states, but eastern Qing State was sealed off to the east of the Green Ridge and had been separated from southern Xia for several months. There were bandits and rebellions everywhere. It was already a miserable situation for the people. Qing State was rich in resources, but it was facing a serious beast disaster. It could be said that there were gains and losses. Chu Tian and Chun Bingyu walked in front of the Marquis Palace. Qing State's Greenwood Marquis was also the mayor, so the Qing State Marquis Palace was the mayor's palace located in the center of Qing State City. Stop! Several guards raised their weapons. Who are you? Is this a place you can casually enter? Chu Tian softly said, I want to see the Greenwood Marquis. The guards said with a cold smile, Who do you think you are to have the qualifications to see the Marquis? I am a foreign merchant. Seeing that Qing State is being attacked by snakes and scorpions, the people have no way to live, so I came here to help. Chu Tian calmly said, Please tell the Greenwood Marquis that I have a plan to pass through the Green Dragon Trail. What? With just you? Stop joking. The guards looked at Chu Tian with a cold smile. Quickly scram. Don't make fun of father. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Chen Bingyu coldly said, The people of Qing State have no way to live, and the Greenwood Marquis doesn't even know how to recruit people. The Marquis doesn't know how to use people. No wonder Qing State is in such a mess. Chu Tian was a little surprised. He knew Chun Bingyu's personality. If this woman could say one word, she would not say two. If she could not speak, she would not speak. She was very silent most of the time, but she actually took the initiative to speak for him today. That slap wasn't completely in vain. The Marquis didn't know how to use people. This was a big hat. If this was a normal time, it would not be a big deal, but the problem was that this was a special time. Although the guards did not believe that these two had a good plan, it would damage the Greenwood Marquis reputation. If they were to be punished, these people would not be able to bear the consequences. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Wanting to see the Greenwood Marquis is impossible because the Greenwood Marquis has already gone to Qing State to quell the chaos. How could he waste time here? What? The Greenwood Marquis was not here. This was something Chu Tian hadn't expected. However, the Green Ridge stretched for 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers, and there were 6 paths in the middle. The largest and most spacious path, the Green Dragon Path, was specially used to transport goods, supplies, and troops. Now that the Azure Dragon Trail was blocked, there were still 5 paths to take. Although these paths were narrow and dangerous, they could still be passed. Eastern Green State was in chaos, so how could they sit back and do nothing? In any case, there was no way to clear the Azure Dragon Trail in the short term. He could only go to the Eastern Azure Province to quell the chaos and slowly think of a solution. If it really did not work out, he would ask for help from the capital. Chu Tian tightly knit his brows. His plans couldn't keep up with the changes, and he never thought that the Greenwood Marquis would not be in the Marquis Palace. Who knew when he would return? At this time, a young man in a green robe walked out. This person was dressed luxuriously, and his body was thin. His face was slightly pale, and he looked very weak. However, his pair of narrowed eyes often flashed with a sharp light. It was obvious that he was a hidden expert. Ah, greetings, Crown Prince. Chu Tian's heart slightly skipped a beat. This was the Greenwood Marquis successor? The green-robed young man directly ordered. I need large amounts of evil-removing grass, clear flowers, black sludge roots, and rotten corpse grass. Go to the market and buy as many as you can. Yes, it seems like you've already found a way to cure the snake scorpion's poison. The green-robed young man knit his brows and looked over at Chu Tian with a sharp gaze. Chu Tian ignored the other side's sharp gaze and revealed a mysterious smile. He then added, "This method of using poison to cure poison, the idea isn't bad, but it's lacking a bit of maturity." The Greenwood Marquis successor stared at him. "What did you say?" "Add in some rotten poison fungus juice, and you'll be able to create the perfect antidote." As Chu Tian said this, his tone suddenly changed. "However, this kind of antidote is meaningless even if it is made. Using poison to cure poison is indeed a high-level alchemy technique, but if you want to use this antidote to solve Qing State City's problem, it is impossible. Wasting time researching this antidote, you really have a pig's brain." "How bold!" The guards began to tremble in fear. "It's over." The successor had been angered. This young man was truly seeking death. The Greenwood Marquis successor flew into a rage. "Mr. Chiu is a world-shocking talent, wholeheartedly trying to solve this problem. What kind of thing do you think you are? You actually dare speak nonsense in front of the Marquis Palace and dare insult Mr. Chiu. Someone immediately capture this madman." Chun Bingyu's eyes flashed with killing intent. It's fine. Chu Tian raised his hand to stop her and said with a laugh, "I've never been in prison before, so I'll experience it this time, because before long there will be people who will personally escort us out." 2 guards came forward to handcuff the 2 of them. "Come with me." "I can go," Chu Tian said to the Greenwood Marquis successor. "Remember to pass on my words to that Mr. Chiu." The 2 of them were brought into the Marquis Palace's prison and locked in the same cell. Chun Bingyu's face was filled with displeasure. What kind of person was she? Even the southern summerate marquises had to give her face, but she had actually fallen to the point of being a prisoner. "What? Are you angry? Why don't I directly attack the Marquis Palace? The Greenwood Marquis is not here, so no one can stop me." Chu Tian resentfully said, "Violence can't solve problems. There's no need to fight and kill." Chun Bingyu looked at him. "You're still blaming me for hitting you." "No, you don't mean what you say." "All right, I admit I do. Narrow-minded. Your way of thinking is not normal." Chu Tian was puzzled. "Can't we properly communicate?" Chun Bingyu sat cross-legged on the ground with an expressionless face. No one knew what she was thinking under that ice block face. Qing State Marquis Palace. In a certain laboratory. "Mr. Chiu, the materials you wanted have been brought back." The Greenwood Marquis successor, Mu Xian, quickly came back. There was a simple gray-clothed old man standing in the laboratory. This person was wearing a normal gray robe, and his hair was all white. He had a kind face, but he looked very tired, like he had not rested for several days. "All right, bring it over." Mr. Chiu was a wandering old scholar. When he found out that Qing State was in trouble, he took the initiative to find the Greenwood Marquis. The Greenwood Marquis did not care at first, because most of the wandering scholars were mediocre people. However, out of respect for the wise, the Greenwood Marquis had him stay. The result was shocking. The old scholar's knowledge far surpassed the Greenwood Marquis imagination. In front of him, the famous scholars of Qing State City were like fireflies compared to the sun and the moon. The over 100 scholars of Qing State City had studied the snake scorpion beast's poison for an entire month without any breakthroughs, but this old scholar had made a breakthrough in just 2 days. Just this point alone was enough to prove that this person was a great talent. The Greenwood Marquis was prepared to personally go to Central State to find the Yun sect master Yun Tianhe to help out in Qing State. After all, Yun Tianhe's knowledge was considered first class in southern Xia, and this wandering scholar's knowledge was not below Yun Tianhe's, which made the Greenwood Marquis very happy. If he could have this old Mr. stay in Qing State City and become a retainer of the Greenwood Marquis, it would be a very fortunate matter for Qing State. Who would have thought that no matter what condition the Greenwood Marquis gave, the old scholar would not show any interest. He just stayed in the laboratory and continued to study the snake scorpion beast's poison. The Greenwood Marquis saw that the other side did not care about fame, so he could only give up. He would first solve the problem in Qing State. Mr. Chiu nodded and immediately began to mix the medicine. After a series of complicated processes, he had created several different medicines. Now we will begin the 81st detoxification experiment. I asked the successor to record this experiment. Mr. Autumn poured the concocted potion into an observation container. The container contained the snake scorpion poison's culture liquid. When the potion flowed into the culture liquid, the black liquid quickly weakened. Once it reached a certain level, it could no longer continue. 48% poison remaining, the poison removal effect is weak. Mr. Chiu's two snow-white brows knit together. The 81st experiment has failed. Trying to increase the amount of clear sky flowers by 1 unit, 41% poison remaining, the poison removal effect is weak. Failure. 45% poison remaining, the poison removal effect is weak. Failure. After several experiments, Mu Xian had written several pages of records with a series of blood-red failure written all over it. The most successful experiment still had over 30% poison remaining, which meant that even if Mr. Chiu found a way to restrain the poison, he could not completely eradicate it. Mr. Chiu said with a worried expression, "It's always lacking a little bit, but where is it lacking? Lacking a bit of heat." When Mu Xian heard this, a light flashed in his mind, and he asked, "Mr. Chiu, would adding a little bit of the rotting poison fungus have a better effect?" Rotten poison fungus, rotten poison fungus. The nature of the rotten poison fungus is, that's right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. This is truly wonderful. Mr. Chiu revealed a look of wild joy. Why didn't he think of this? Quickly, prepare some rotten poison fungus. Mr. Chiu added a small amount of rotten poison fungus juice and refined the medicine according to the original recipe. When the newly refined medicine was poured into the petri dish from the tube, the jet-black petri dish suddenly disintegrated at an extremely fast speed. After about 4 to 5 seconds, the originally jet-black liquid had already become as clear as water. Success? He really succeeded. The poison remaining is less than 1%. The poison removal effect is very strong. This is the antidote we were looking for. Mr. Chiu looked at Mu Xian with a new level of respect. This is truly surprising. The Greenwood Marquis successor is so young, yet he has such extraordinary alchemy attainments and vision. It really is the Greenwood Marquis blessing and Southern Xia's blessing. This old man's eyes are blind. Mu Xian revealed an embarrassed look. Mr. Chiu has misunderstood. I don't understand alchemy. Chapter 248. Don't be so humble. I'm really not being humble. Master Autumn did not believe it at all. According to this old man's research, the snake scorpion's poison is different from the normal poison. This poison is formed by nourishing the snake scorpion's microorganisms. It is a complex biological poison. So what? Mu Xian couldn't understand at all. Biological toxins aren't like ordinary toxins. Even the tiniest creature will have the behavior of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. This meant that deciphering potions alone would not be able to effectively eliminate these poisonous creatures. That's why I created the method of fighting poison with poison. However, things didn't go as smoothly as I imagined. This is because after the snake scorpion's poison is attacked by the antidote, it will immediately become lazy from its active state. This is why every experiment can't completely remove the poison. But Mu Xian was a bit surprised. What does this have to do with the rotten poison fungus? Of course it's related. The rotten poison fungus itself is a kind of mild poison. Its main effect is to stimulate the body and make it maintain an abnormally strong activity. Humans who are poisoned by a large amount of the rotten poison fungus will go crazy and die. If a small amount is used in the antidote, not only can it strengthen the antidote's vitality, it can also restrain the snake scorpion venom's ability to become inert, thus quickly eliminating it in one go. The more Master Autumn spoke, the more excited he became. This is not the most amazing part. Among the thousands of medicines in the world, only the rotten poison fungus can be perfectly compatible with the refining formula. I can completely refine it without changing the refining array. Mr. Chou's face was filled with excitement as he grabbed Mu Xian's arm. I dare say that there are less than 3 people in southern Xia who could think of this. You are very talented, and you will have great accomplishments in the future. Just your vision alone will make all the famous scholars blush with shame. This. Mu Xian wished he had thought of this himself. It really wasn't me. Don't be so humble. Master Autumn was not happy. You have been observing my experiments for the past few days. You are familiar with my experimental methods and the refining array. Only you can think of the rotting poison fungus. Otherwise, even the most powerful scholar would not be able to tell if I am refining a tonic or a poison without seeing the refining array. But he was able to distinguish it. Why do you say that? Master Autumn, I will not hide it from you. Mu Xian gave a bitter laugh. When I ordered people to buy herbs, I met an arrogant young man who said he was a foreign merchant. When I heard the list of materials, I casually mentioned it, and I remembered it. What? Master Autumn's face changed. From the list of materials, you know how to perfect the formula. Impossible. Let's not talk about whether or not he has studied the snake scorpion venom. Even if he has, how would he know what kind of medicine I'm refining from just a few sets of materials? How would he be able to determine the type of medicine I'm refining? This is simply impossible. That person was dressed like a merchant at that time. I didn't believe that he had such an ability. Mu Xian gave a sigh. What is even more unbearable is that this person is extremely arrogant, saying some disrespectful words. Say what? Feel free to speak your mind. He insulted Master Autumn and said that you have a pig's brain. Master Autumn frowned and almost jumped in anger. He said that everything Master Autumn did was a waste of effort and was meaningless. Mu Xian looked at Mr. Chou's face and quickly added in a low voice, I saw that this person was too wild, so I ordered people to capture him. There really was this kind of person? Master Autumn thought that Mu Xian was hiding his abilities, but this was the only possibility. The so-called onlookers had a clearer view. Mu Xian had been observing for several days, so he had a certain understanding of the antidote, the snake scorpion venom, and the refining method. Occasionally, he would have a flash of inspiration and hit the mark. Although it was not simple, it was not strange. If an outsider was able to use a list of materials, and not even a complete list of materials to deduce the usage and refining formula, then it would be too terrifying. Master Autumn had looked through countless books. He had never seen any records of his ancestors. This snake scorpion venom should have no antidote. Could he have met an incomparable genius? Bring me to take a look. The two of them entered the prison cell. A young man dressed as a merchant was sitting in the cold and damp prison cell. With a calm expression, a snow-white little fox stood up from his shoulder with a pair of eyes filled with ridicule. There was also a black-veiled woman with a good figure standing on the side, like a statue, not saying a word. 4 hours and 32 minutes. The young man slowly opened his eyes. Too slow. This Mu Xian and Master Autumn looked at each other with wide eyes. This fellow seemed to have guessed that the two of them would come to find him. You are Master Autumn? Chu Tian did not even look at Mu Xian. His dark eyes that were like stars looked at the old man beside him. I can answer one of your questions. Ask away. A strong intuition appeared. Master Autumn felt like he had met a true expert. He was silent for a few seconds before saying, "This Chiu is not talented, but thanks to Mister's reminder, I was able to refine the snake-scorpion venom antidote that can completely cure the snake-scorpion venom. Only Mister doesn't seem to care about this antidote. Could it be that this antidote can't solve Qing State's problems? I said that you have a pig's brain. That's not wrong at all. Do you still not understand?" Mu Xian flew into a rage. How bold! Master Autumn's face also sunk. It had been a long time since someone dared to talk to him like this in southern Xia. If this fellow couldn't explain himself, how could he be convinced? This antidote has at least 4 serious flaws. Have you never thought about it? Master Autumn calmly said. I have never thought about it. I asked Mister to explain. The first flaw. Chu Tian stretched out a finger and slowly said in a slow voice, "You've studied the snake-scorpion venom, and this is a strong poison. Does Master Autumn agree with this?" That's right. Since it is a strong poison, it will instantly activate. The snake-scorpion venom's effect is paralysis. In other words, the poisoned person will instantly lose consciousness. Do you agree with this? This is indeed a characteristic of the snake-scorpion venom. Then I find it strange. If the soldiers are poisoned while fighting the snake-scorpion beasts, do you think they can stop to detoxify themselves? Do you think they have time to detoxify themselves? That's right. This poison had such a strong reaction. There was nothing to say about detoxifying themselves, but how could they detoxify themselves in an intense battle? The second flaw. Chu Tian stretched out another finger. Using poison to fight poison is a high-level detoxification method, but using it here is just trying to be smart. It is simply stupid. What's wrong with this Chiu's method? Mr. Autumn knit his brows. Please enlighten me. The snake-scorpion venom is a biological poison and will quickly multiply in the human body. This makes the amount of detoxification very important. If the amount is too small, it will not detoxify the venom, and if the amount is too large, the antidote will settle down and become a poison. Do you agree with this point? Mr. Autumn opened his mouth and finally understood the meaning behind Chu Tian's words. The poison in the dish is constant, and you have been making poisons in the laboratory, so naturally you can detoxify the poison. But have you considered the actual situation? When the poisonous microorganisms enter the body, the speed at which they multiply and spread is closely related to one's body and strength. This is something that is hard to measure. Chu Tian's words mercilessly attacked, only considering the effect of the medicine and not the actual situation. This is a complete failure. You are simply an unworthy alchemist. Mr. Autumn revealed a look of guilt. The third flaw. Chu Tian stretched out a third finger. The snake-scorpion venom is a continuous attack, and once the poison covers the human body, they will be constantly infected. What use is an antidote to instantly detoxify the poison? There is no meaning in using it on the spot. This medicine does not cure the root of the poison. It will cure the poison once, but it will cause a new poison. Does Mr. Autumn agree with this? Mr. Autumn was already stunned. The fourth flaw. Chu Tian looked over Mr. Autumn several times. Mr. Autumn's background is not ordinary, so you should have been living in a large, noble family. Nonsense. Mu Xian was very dissatisfied with Chu Tian's attitude. He finally found a chance and immediately refuted, Mr. Autumn is clearly a wandering scholar. Mu Xian. Mr. Autumn gave a low roar. There was actually a dignified feeling that made Mu Xian's body tremble. Mu Xian could clearly feel that Mr. Autumn's aura was not inferior to his father's. Could Mr. Autumn's wandering scholar status be a disguise? And he really was a large character. A scholar from a large kingdom? It seems like my guess is correct. Chu Tian softly said, It's no wonder. Mr. Autumn's medicine. Although the effect is passable, the cost is very high and the market cannot buy it on a large scale. It is already difficult to refine several hundred to over 1,000 pills. So how would you use this medicine to equip an army? With these 4 points, this medicine is useless and only exists in name. Does Mr. Autumn agree? Although this person's tone was not polite, but with these 4 flaws pointed out, it could be said that he had hit the nail on the head. This old man has been busy for many days and consumed countless resources, but in the end, it's like drawing water with a wicker basket. Mr. Autumn gave a long sigh. Mr. Autumn's words are sharp and have enlightened this Chiu. Mu Xian said in a daze, Is there really no other way? There are many ways. I can help you. Chu Tian slowly said, Of course, I'm not doing any voluntary work, so you should give me a bit of compensation. How much money do you want? 200 million should be enough. Chu Tian said this, and then suddenly emphasized, But this one has been imprisoned for no reason, so I have to compensate a bit for the psychological damage. I think we should double it. 500 million isn't much, right? What? 500 million? That wasn't King much. 500 million is already emptying half of the Marquis Palace's treasury. Just how greedy is this? Mu Xian angrily gritted his teeth. You are both scholars, but Mr. Autumn has traveled thousands of miles to help Qing State for free, but you are taking this chance to extort him. Where is the character of a scholar? I respect the character of a scholar, but I am not a scholar. Chu Tian shook his beautiful robe. Look, I am just a merchant that won't do anything without profit. I've taken money from others to help them solve their problems. That's all. 500 million gold coins to solve Qing State's problem is just a small business to me. Whether or not you take out this money is up to you. If Mr. can solve Qing State's problem, Mr. Autumn's eyes sparkled a few times. Even if the Greenwood Marquis doesn't take out this money, this old man will. This was not a small amount of money. This was an entire 500 million gold coins. Even the Marquis Palace of Qing State would have to cut off a piece of their flesh to take out this amount. This Mr. Autumn did not even bat an eye. Just what kind of god was he? Chapter 249. He never saw it before, but this old man was this rich, taking out 500 million without even blinking his eyes. The only thing missing was the words, a fool with too much money written on his face. This old man was even richer than the southern summer 8 marquises. If he knew this earlier, he would have asked for 1 billion. It was a pity, a pity. Chu Tian's intestines turned green with regret. 100 million gold coins was enough to buy a pretty good sacred herb. 500 million gold coins was enough to buy a high-grade sacred herb. Loss. This was too much of a loss. If we can use 500 million to save Qing State, it's not like the Qing State Marquis Palace can't pay it. Mu Xian gritted his teeth like he was going all out. But how do I know you're not lying to me? You don't believe in my strength? I've been idle for half a day, and I've already thought of a way to cure the snake-scorpion beast's poison. Chu Tian took out a piece of paper from who knows where. Without even looking at Mu Xian, he threw it at Mr. Chiu. What does Mr. Chiu think? There was no laboratory. There was no experiment. He could think of a way to cure it in less than half a day. Wasn't this just nonsense? If the snake scorpion beast poison was that easy to cure, then all the scholars in Qing State should commit suicide. Mr. Chiu did not believe it at all because he did not dare believe it. How could there be this kind of monstrous genius in this world? The snake scorpion beast poison was a kind of complex biological poison, and the poison was made up of microorganisms. The most troublesome part was not killing the microorganisms, but rather that the microorganisms were very adaptable. They could change according to different stimuli, and an effective antidote could be useless in the next moment. Because of this, Mr. Chiu thought of an extreme solution, which was to use poison to fight poison. He used poison to kill the poisonous microorganisms and finally created an antidote, but it was proven to be useless. It could not solve Qing State's problem at all. Their expressions were all seen by Chu Tian. This couldn't be blamed on them. They were just a few country bumpkins. How could they have seen the world? Not to mention a trivial level 1 poisonous demon beast. Even if it was a level 3 or 5 demon beast, Chu Tian had already studied it. These little snakes and scorpions were nothing in Chu Tian's eyes. Everything in the world has a natural counter to each other. Although the snake-scorpion beasts are poisonous, they cannot dominate the forest. Have you not thought about this problem before? Chu Tian looked at Mu Xian with a look of disdain. The snake-scorpion beasts also have natural enemies. For them to suddenly appear in the Green Dragon Pass, there is only one reason, and that is because they were chased out of their former territory by other demon beasts. Mu Xian knit his brows. So what? The wisdom of humans is limited after all. Since the wisdom of mortals can't fight against nature, why not follow the will of the heavens and borrow power from nature? Why not find a way to deal with the snake-scorpion beasts from their enemies? To think that you've been in Qing province for so many years, yet you can't even think of this. Master Autumn frowned as he studied the contents of the paper. At first, he was confused, then solemn, and finally, he came to a sudden realization. In the end, Master Autumn's expression was filled with unprecedented shock and shock. His body could not help but tremble. His originally pale face turned red, as if he had seen a shocking secret. A tattered piece of paper. At this moment, it was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. This was not a piece of paper. It was a method to save the common people and benefit the people. Mu Xian saw this knowledgeable old scholar's expression change several times in just a few seconds. He couldn't help asking in a worried voice, "Mr. Autumn, are you all right?" Master Autumn did not say anything else. He waved his hand. It was like a sharp axe smashing an iron lock. His two hands pulled. The cell's door was sent flying several meters away, falling at the end of the corridor. It was crushed by the wild strength and turned into fragments. Mu Xian was stunned. This old man couldn't have gone crazy, right? You brat. Master Autumn angrily looked at Mu Xian, treating a virtuous person like this. If it wasn't for the Greenwood Marquis face, this old man would have chopped you in half with a single palm. Mu Xian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this old man really crazy? This polite and calm old man was looking at him like he had killed his father. Mu Xian did not doubt that if it wasn't for his father, this old man would have chopped him in half with a single palm. What was going on here? Mu Xian had not offended him over the past few days, and had even treated him with respect. This old man's reaction was too extreme. Mr. is truly a genius. The old man helped Chu Tian up and gave him 3 deep bows. This Chiu is convinced. Chun Bingyu was a bit stunned seeing this. This old man was definitely not a simple person. This reaction was a bit too big. Chu Tian patted his robe and spoke in a lukewarm voice. You can understand it, which means it's not bad. If you have anything you want to ask, then ask. This kind of detoxification method. This old man has never heard of it before. It's just a simple and crude method to make a vaccine. Vaccine? What was a vaccine? Mu Xian was not proficient in alchemy, but he had never eaten pork before. He had never seen a pig run before, so this was something he had never heard of before. Could it be a new kind of technology? From Master Autumn's intense reaction, this technology was not simple at all. Chu Tian said in a calm voice, the snake-scorpion beasts are not rampant in the Green Ridge, which means that the Green Ridge has a natural enemy of the snake-scorpion beasts. And there is more than one. These creatures can hunt and eat the snake-scorpion beasts without being poisoned, which means that they have antibodies to the virus. My method is actually very simple. It is to take the blood of the creatures in the Green Ridge and extract the antibodies of the virus. Through a refining array, it will allow the antibodies to adapt to the body, allowing it to resist the poison. This kind of method is truly unprecedented, something this old man has never seen before. Master Autumn said in a very excited voice, the continent's alchemists have always used the right method to cure the poison. They have never used this kind of drastic method. That's just you being ignorant. Chu Tian did not give him any face. As far as I know, the elves have already developed a vaccine to counter the poison. Who knew about the elves? Southern Xia was just a small country on the continent. Master Autumn did not doubt Chu Tian's identity as a foreign merchant. Otherwise, how could he know this method? This method of extracting antibodies from the demon beast blood and transforming the antibodies into something suitable for the human body was a milestone for Southern Xia and even most human countries. Master Autumn said in an excited voice, we will extract the antibodies from the blood-spotted lizards, and the snake-scorpion beast poison will greatly reduce our army's threat, allowing us to win in one fell swoop. My method can only make the blood-spotted lizard antibodies last for a while, but because the human body is different from the blood-spotted lizards, the antibodies will weaken over time. How long can it last? It's more than enough to last 3 days. 3 days was more than enough to eliminate the snake-scorpion beasts in the Green Dragon Trail. Even if Mu Xian was not convinced by Chu Tian, he had to admit that this young man who was around the same age as him was truly a genius. I've already given you my method. The first thing Chu Tian did when he came out was ask, when will the money I want arrive? Relax. Mister's reward will not be a single copper coin less. This old man still has many questions about the vaccine serum, so I hope Mister will be generous with your guidance. Master Autumn said this, and suddenly felt that Mu Xian was in the way, so he immediately said to him, go and make the blood-spotted lizard's serum. The more the better. Mu Xian helplessly left. Master Autumn asked a large number of questions on the way. Chu Tian was not stingy and answered all the questions he asked. Master Autumn was becoming more and more shocked, feeling that the person in front of him was unfathomable. This was a feeling that Master Autumn had never felt before. Unfathomable. Truly unfathomable. When Master Autumn faced this young foreign merchant, he felt like he was facing a vast ocean or an endless starry sky. When Master Autumn was young, he had spent 20 years studying and had reached an incomparably strong ancient empire. That was an experience that Master Autumn could never forget. Those scholars of the empire, those sages of the empire, they had profound knowledge that made Master Autumn sigh. But even when he faced the scholars of the empire, he did not have this kind of feeling. This person was asking for 500 million gold coins to save Qing State. Was he greedy? No. Just based on the concept and method of making a vaccine to restrain poison, it was worth 10 times the reward. Master Autumn believed that as long as they studied the source energy array left by Chu Tian, they would be able to create a vaccine against poison beasts. At that time, how many people would benefit from this? How many areas that had been plagued by poisonous creatures could be saved? Saying that he was a world savior was not just flattery. What country did this person come from? Master Autumn kept asking, but Chu Tian pretended to be deaf and mute. Seeing that he did not want to reveal anything, Master Autumn could only helplessly give up. What Master Autumn was most concerned about was naturally the development of an anti-poison vaccine. Chu Tian personally helped. He first took the blood-spotted lizard serum and used an array to extract it, obtaining the antibodies against the snake-scorpion beasts. Of course, this could not be used to directly inject it, otherwise people would die. Chu Tian added several common anti-poison materials and used an array to refine it. Finally, he obtained a light yellow injection drug. Let's begin the test. Gu Qianxiu found a poisoned soldier and injected the drug into his body. In less than 5 minutes, the dying soldier's divine sense had recovered, and there was nothing wrong with him at all. Gu Qianxiu extracted his blood for testing. The snake-scorpion beast's poison concentration is 0. We've succeeded. We've really succeeded. This problem that had troubled Qing State for 3 months had been solved in just half a day. The snake-scorpion beasts were not strong, so if they could restrain their poison, there was nothing to worry about. The Marquis Palace quickly gathered large amounts of materials and began to make the anti-poison vaccine. Mu Xian was an honest person, taking the initiative to take out 500 million gold coins. After all, Master Autumn had nothing to do with Qing State. Coming to Qing State to help was a righteous act, so how could they let Master Autumn spend money for Qing State? When Chu Tian brought back a box of gold coins, he proudly showed it off in front of Chun Bingyu. You should believe me now, right? Chun Bingyu was speechless. This fellow really knew how to make money. Chu Tian said to Chun Bingyu, the virus vaccine has not been released yet, so we need to spend the 500 million in Qing State within 2-3 days. Chapter 250. How rich was the Green Ridge? Of the 8 states' resources, Qing State had 50%, and Qing State's resources were 80%. Now that the lifeline of the Green Ridge, the Green Dragon Trail, had been blocked for 3 months, countless companies could not transport resources. If they couldn't deliver on time, the compensation would make them cry to death. Not to mention the wages of their employees, the cultivation expenses of their families, and the maintenance of their factories. It was hard to estimate the losses of 3 months. Chu Tian didn't have any shortcomings, but he couldn't change the fact that he loved to do good and help others. Now that he saw that the tens of thousands of workers in Qing State could not get their wages, and the families of Qing State's companies were struggling, he felt that it was time to make a move. That damn fatty Shen Yuan would play a very important role. This was also the reason why Chu Tian kept him alive. Come out. Old Fifth, you dragged the bruised fatty out. Do you know why I kept you alive? That's because the chairman gave you a chance to make up for your mistakes. The fatty was shocked and afraid. What kind of background did these people have? Old Fifth, you looked like a small leader, but he actually had the strength of a true Soul Realm expert. How could he dare fight against them? If he was killed by them, he would have died in vain. A box of gold cards was placed in front of him. This. The fatty had never seen this much cash before. Masters, what do you want from me? I won't beat around the bush. Chu Tian crossed his legs in front of him. I know that many companies in Qing State are selling their resource fields at low prices. This 500 million is to buy them. Do you understand what I mean? This fatty was not stupid. He knew that Chu Tian wanted him to run errands, but Old Fifth, you fiercely said, what but? Although the Green Ridge is rich in resources, most of them are in the hands of Qing State families. Even if Qing State's resources are not good, they might not sell them. After all, their roots are in Qing State. The roots of the Qing state families were in Qing state. They could not leave as they pleased. Even if it was difficult, even if it was the end, they might not sell their ancestral property. After all, not everyone was like this fatty. They could just leave whenever they wanted. Then again, how many mines could they buy with 500 million gold coins? If Chu Tian bought too many resource fields, it would attract the attention of the Greenwood Marquis. After all, this was Qing state's wealth, and if it fell into the hands of outsiders, the Greenwood Marquis would not ignore it. Chu Tian said, "In 3 days, I want you to contact the person in charge of each resource field. Mine, forest, herb farm, no matter what resource field it is, as long as it has good quality resources. I want it. If you don't want to acquire it, you have to become a shareholder. You have to have at least 20% of the shares. Do you understand what I mean? Only a share, not a controlling stake. If that was the case, it would be easier to negotiate." Chun Bingyu thought to herself, "This Chu Tian really has the potential to be a profiteer." The 500 million gold coins were not used to purchase the shares, but to infiltrate the shares. Chu Tian did not have enough manpower in his mines. Would he be able to manage them if he bought another 8 or 10 mines? Instead of that, it was better to invest money everywhere. The management rights would continue to be handed over to the local families, and Miracle Commerce would be a shareholder. Chu Tian's way of doing things was to take advantage of Qing state's crisis. It would be hard to invest in a normal situation, and the amount would be very large. Now that the companies and families were suffering heavy losses, they needed a large amount of money. Chu Tian's money could solve this problem. So even if they were cheated, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. The main mines and resources of the Green Ridge would all be infiltrated into Chu Tian's shares. Miracle Commerce's influence in the Green Dragon Trail would increase by a large amount. These resource fields would give priority to Miracle Commerce, creating a very solid resource channel and making up for Miracle Commerce's shortcomings. "I'll leave this matter to you." Chu Tian gave this matter to Chun Bingyu. "We'll use the name of purchasing to become a shareholder. We won't control these resource fields, but rather will spread our influence across the Green Ridge." Yes, Chun Bingyu left after receiving this order. Chun Bingyu was a strong person, and with the local Shun Yuan pulling the strings, Chu Tian did not need to personally make a move. He immediately moved into the Marquis Palace and helped with the production of the antivirus vaccine. Mr. Chiu seized this golden opportunity. He would always ask questions, and Chu Tian would always answer them. In just a short 3 days, Mr. Chiu felt like his outlook on life had been turned upside down. At first he asked questions about vaccines, then he asked about medicines, and finally he asked about alchemy. He even asked about arrays and other fields. He even took out problems that he couldn't solve after studying for many years. What made Mr. Chiu shocked and filled with despair was that these problems weren't even worth a fart in Chu Tian's eyes. This was too shocking. Was there really a self-taught genius in this world? 3 days quickly passed. These were Mr. Chiu's happiest 3 days. The problems that had troubled him for over 10 years had been solved, and the things that he couldn't understand in the past had now been solved. In just a short 3 days of conversation, it was better than 10 years of studying. These were also Chu Tian's happiest 3 days. Chun Bingyu's reports kept coming in. The forest, the medicine fields, the mines, and all kinds of resource fields were bought at very low prices. There were over 100 resource fields in the Green Ridge that had all been taken over by Chu Tian's money. With all these resources being sold, not only did they not have a premium, they had been cut in half. It was hard to imagine. The fatty's ability to cheat people was not shallow. In order to prevent the fatty from being chased all over the world in a few days, Chu Tian gave him the authority to manage the Qing state area's resources. After all, he was a Qing state native, so it would be much easier for him to coordinate things. Since it was a success, then it was time to pack up and leave. Chu Tian's time was very precious, so how could he waste it in Qing state? He went to find Mu Xian and asked him to send troops to deal with the beast disaster. No, we've only made 1,500 vaccines. Mu Xian shook his head and said, "We can only equip 1,000 people. How can we deal with the large-scale snake, scorpion army? The market is running out of materials, so I've already sent people to buy them from other places. If we wait for my Lord Father to return, it will take at least a month." "A month? You aren't joking, right?" Chu Tian almost wanted to curse out. "That's fine. He would help him to the end." Chu Tian solemnly said, "Give me 1,000 elite troops, and I'll help you eliminate the snake, scorpion beasts." "What nonsense are you saying? There are at least 3,000 snake scorpion beasts." Mu Xian's spit flew as he said, "Even if the vaccine can resist the poison, the snake scorpion beasts are very cunning. They have a battle strength of around the 7th to 8th body refinement layer. So a trivial 1,000 people is not enough to deal with them. Without 5 times that number, I will not make a move. Moreover, the Qing state troops are under my Lord Father's orders. Now that my Lord Father has not returned, how can I make a move?" "That's right. If we don't remove the roots, there will be endless troubles in the future." Mr. Cho also tried to persuade Chu Tian. "Even if we send out the most elite storm cavalry, we can't guarantee that we can kill all the snake scorpion beasts. The Green Dragon Trail is narrow and filled with snake scorpion tunnels, so it is not good for cavalry. When the time comes, there will be heavy casualties." These two fellows had wooden heads. They were truly hopeless. Could they not think of a way? Has the successor ever thought of a problem? Chu Tian said to Mu Xian, "The Greenwood Marquis halo is too bright. If the Greenwood Marquis comes back to deal with the Green Ridge beast disaster, perhaps everyone will give the credit to the Greenwood Marquis. Could it be that the successor is working for nothing? Could it be that the successor doesn't want to create a miracle all by himself?" Create a miracle all by himself. This was not a small enticement. I asked the successor to be assured. "I won't do anything I don't have confidence in." Chu Tian confidently said, "I have my own methods. As long as they cooperate with me, there is nothing to fear about these snake scorpion beasts." "Oh," Mr. Chio's eyes lit up. "How does Mr. Yu plan on dealing with the snake scorpion beasts?" "The snake scorpion beasts are just low-level demon beasts with low intelligence. If they don't come out, can't we use a trap to lure them out?" "What trap?" "I've invented a beast luring array." Chu Tian took out a prepared source energy array. This can simulate an aura, pheromone, or a call. It can lure the snake scorpion beasts out and lure them into a trap. How could there be this kind of source energy array in this world? When Mr. Cho saw this never-before-seen source energy array, he was once again deeply shocked. This kind of source energy array to the mercenary industry, it was simply priceless. Mercenaries always used themselves as bait when hunting demon beasts, constantly paying with their lives. If they could use a source energy array to replace it, how convenient would that be? The most important point was, this source energy array was very specific. It would only attract one kind of demon beast, and would not attract any random demon beasts. It would save them the trouble of finding demon beasts, saving them a lot of time and energy. Mu Xian was still not assured. "Even if we have a way to attract the snake scorpion beasts, we only have a trivial 1,000 soldiers. How can we kill them all? Humans have weak bodies, so we do not have any advantage against demon beasts. Not to mention 3 times our numbers. A single beast luring array is naturally not enough." Chu Tian had already thought about it. "I've been observing the weather recently, and there is a large killing array that can be arranged in the near future. We'll first arrange an array in the trap, and then use the beast luring array to attract the snake scorpion beasts. Then we'll use the array to kill most of the snake scorpion beasts. Then we'll use our elite troops to attack, easily solving this problem. Mr. Chiu became more excited the more he heard. Mu Xian was filled with hesitation. Pa, do it or not, just say it. Chu Tian slapped the table. If we do it, we'll eliminate the beast disaster in 2 days, and the successor will become a hero to the people of Qing State. If we don't do it, Father will leave Qing State tomorrow. You just need to wait for the Greenwood Marquis to return, and then prepare for a month before going to the mountains to fight the snake scorpion beasts. It had already been 3 months. Qing State was already filled with complaints. Not to mention a month. It was hard to estimate the losses every day. Mu Xian was even more excited about his reputation. If he could escape his father's halo and solve the Qing State disaster by himself, his reputation would explode. Mr. Chiu's meaning is, I believe Mr. Yu. Good. Mu Xian tightly clenched his fist and slammed the table. Gather the troops. Do it. Chapter 251. The exit of the Green Dragon Trail was a small basin. There were no snake scorpion beasts in this area, and it was quite wide, making it suitable for ambushing the snake scorpion beasts. Mu Xian led the elites to clear the area, setting up heavy crossbows and various traps. Of course, these were just auxiliary arrangements. To deal with the snake scorpion beasts, they still had to rely on Chu Tian. Mr. Chiu, this is the array design. Chu Tian brought Mr. Chiu and over 100 array masters to the area. You have around a day to prepare the array. You have to finish it in time to avoid delaying the plan. Mr. Chiu opened the scroll to take a look. See, he instantly sucked in a cold breath. The complexity of the array design surpassed his imagination. It could cover an area of over 200 meters. It was definitely a giant source energy array. Mr. Chiu had seen a few large-scale source energy arrays in a large kingdom. Most of them were Sex Protective Array or Cities Protective Array. This kind of array was large, and its might was not bad, but the cost and consumption were astronomical. Those large city protecting arrays would consume over 1,000 high-grade source stones every time they were used. The price of a high-grade primordial stone was roughly equivalent to more than 1 million gold coins. If converted into gold coins, the cost of such a large-scale formation could easily be hundreds of millions, billions, or even more, not to mention the time and cost of the construction process. How could Qing State use this kind of large array? The small southern summer country did not have any source stones, but source stones were the most basic material for large-scale arrays. This was because energy was always constant, and if there was not enough energy to maintain the array, how could it have a strong might? No matter how strong a person was, they could not make something out of nothing. Gu Qianxiu could not see what kind of array it was, but he could see that this large-scale array was made up of over 100 small-scale arrays. Chu Tian's source energy array design far surpassed that of this era's 10,000 years. Whether it was a master like Yun Tianhe or a noob like Meng Yingying, they could all see the extraordinary characteristics of Chu Tian's source energy array with a single glance. It did not adhere to the existing rules at all. It had already reached an artistic level. It was 100 times more perfect than the standard array designs in textbooks. Master Chiu was knowledgeable, but it was difficult for him to see through the mysteries of the array. Although he had learned from many famous array masters, none of them could compare to this person. It was not an exaggeration to call him a prodigy of all ages. Chu Tian seemed to have considered the problem of cost, so he forcefully divided the source energy array into over 100 units. This way, the array within the array would reduce the consumption, and the cultivator would release their spirit energy to maintain the normal operation of each unit displaying the overall effect of the array. The budget for setting up this array formation was only about 50 million gold coins. Compared to the mountain guarding arrays and city guarding arrays, the consumption was only a fraction of that. The cheapest cost, the most perfect formation, it could be said to be a classic work handed down from generation to generation. What made Master Autumn's hair stand on end was the fact that the array was in perfect harmony with the terrain. In other words, Chu Tian didn't copy it from an ancient book or somewhere else. Instead, it was an impromptu modification or even creation based on the current situation. Master Autumn's heart skipped a few beats. A normal array master might not even be able to design a small array in half a year, but Chu Tian was able to complete the large array in a single night. He did not even need to think about it. It was as simple as drinking water. This was an unprecedented miracle. What are you staring at? Chu Tian looked up at the sky and suddenly knit his brows. How about this? Before the sun rises tomorrow, if you can finish the array, I'll give you the design. Yes, yes, yes. I promise I'll complete this task. Master Autumn felt all the pores on his body relax, and his eyes seemed like they were spitting out flames. The design in his hand was a priceless treasure. If he took it to a large country and found a suitable buyer, this design would bring him a considerable amount of source stones. Of course, using money to measure, it was too vulgar. The wisdom contained in this array was enough for Master Autumn to spend the rest of his life studying it. As for who Master Autumn was, Chu Tian wasn't sure, but his knowledge should not be weaker than Yun Tianhe's. This kind of scholar was hard to find in southern Xia, so with him personally leading over 100 array masters, Chu Tian didn't have anything to worry about. Now, he had to prepare the beast luring array. The snake-scorpion beast was very sinister and did not normally move alone, so it was very hard to capture them. For this plan to succeed, they needed an effective beast luring array. This beast luring array would only be perfected after 5,000 years. Actually, the beast luring array's principle was not complicated. It was nothing more than an array based on the habits of the demon beasts, confusing and luring the demon beasts. The beast luring array was different. There were some that created false pheromones, like a mating signal, a friend's distress signal, or a leader's summon. Or they could create a predator's aura to provoke them, or they could create a prey's aura to attract them. There were many different methods, but they all had the same goal, which was to attract the prey. Of course, the beast luring array was not effective on all demon beasts. Some magical beasts with higher intelligence or strong insight might be able to see through the bait formation. But it was clear that the snake-scorpion beast did not belong to this category. Chu Tian calculated the time. The last time the snake-scorpion beasts came out in groups had been several days, so the snake-scorpion beasts should be hungry by now. They would probably start hunting in the next 2 days, so he would use a group of prey to attract the snake-scorpion beasts. The next day, the sky was overcast with flashes of lightning, and a light rain began to fall. This was not good weather, but it was suitable for fighting the snake-scorpion beasts, because the rain would suppress the poison mist. The large array was set up. Qing State's elite soldiers entered the field one after another. There was no meaning in cavalry ambushing, and there weren't enough vaccines to inject into the horses. There were 2,000 cavalry archers that were responsible for sweeping the rear. Mu Xian chose over 1,000 heavy armored infantry to enter the field. This was Qing State's strongest heavy infantry, so their battle strength could not be underestimated. Mr. Chiu and over 100 array masters were in place, ready to activate the large source energy array at any time. Chu Tian stood in the center of the array, in charge of the large array. Was it really effective? How could this small number of people deal with this many snake-scorpion beasts? The soldiers had no confidence in their hearts. It's done. Chu Tian said to Mu Xian, "Inject everyone with the snake, scorpion beast's poison vaccine. Everyone pay attention." Mu Xian was covered in armor, looking heroic as he raised the flag. "Inject the vaccine and prepare for battle." The 1,000 heavy armored soldiers and over 100 array masters inject the vaccine, and each person had a slight reaction. This thing did not belong to the human body, so even if it was refined, there would still be some side effects. However, it was still within an acceptable range and would not affect the battle. At this time, the sky was getting darker, and the sun was already setting. The rain was becoming heavier and heavier. The snake-scorpion beasts would not move during the day, and now was the time. Chu Tian ordered, "Open the beast luring array." Mr. Chiu personally activated the source energy array, and an invisible energy suddenly covered the area. Prepare the two sides. The heavy armored soldiers were split into two groups, with one side having 500 people. They held a large black shield in one hand and a large blade in the other, standing in the concealment array. This array was something that Chu Tian had personally requested, mainly to create a better surprise attack. The snake-scorpion beasts would not be able to sense their auras. When the beast luring array was completely activated, the invisible aura was accompanied by the cries of over 1,000 wild deers, constantly being released from the beast luring array into the dark valley. It was almost able to cover half of the green Dragon Trail Valley. See, SI. A black fog quickly came out of the dark valley. Large amounts of scarlet eyes appeared. The snake-scorpion beasts had not hunted for several days, so when the hungry beasts felt the enticing aura of prey, they immediately flooded out of the valley. This is bad. The poison fog is here. The snake-scorpion beasts had not even come close when the thick poison fog floated over. Even the rain could not stop it from spreading. Each soldier's heart was filled with nervousness. Would the antidote vaccine work? If it didn't work, they would be dead. "Everyone stay still for me," Mu Xian shouted in a low voice. "Anyone who moves will be killed." When the poison fog passed through their bodies, they felt a burning sensation on their skin, and their blood vessels seemed like they were burning. However, they did not lose their ability to resist due to the numbness. It really worked. The snake-scorpion beast poison did not poison anyone. As for the burning sensation, everyone here was a soldier, so they still had this bit of willpower. The snake-scorpion beasts had harmed Qing State for a long time, so everyone wanted to skin them alive. Now that such a good opportunity had arrived, how could they just watch as they lost it? Good. Mu Xian was filled with excitement. The snake-scorpion beasts did not realize that they had fallen into the humans' trap. They saw hundreds of fat deer in front of them running away in panic. This greatly stimulated the hungry snake-scorpion beasts, and they quickly chased after the deer herd. The large array was like a pocket. The snake-scorpion beasts charged in, and most of them were instantly caught. It's about time. A battalion of infantry will block the entrance to the valley and prevent the snake-scorpion beasts from retreating. Chu Tian stood up and loudly shouted, "The array masters are activating the array. We need to exterminate them in one fell swoop." The array masters poured spirit energy into the array, and on the dark ground, countless beams of light appeared, interweaving with each other and forming an incomparably large array. The snake-scorpion beasts realized the danger. Kill. Several hundred heavy armored soldiers with giant shields charged out from the back. The snake-scorpion beasts were caught off guard and were immediately cut down. The entrance to the green dragon trail was controlled, and the snake-scorpion beasts had no way out. For directional heavenly lightning array, activate. Chu Tian raised a high array flag, and in an instant, the earth began to tremble. With a series of heaven-shattering roars, over 100 bolts of lightning fell from the 9 heavens, falling into the array that Chu Tian had arranged. Each small array attracted a bolt of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning gathered in the array, as if they were sealed in the array, not leaking out at all. Chu Tian raised the array flag high up, like a god commanding lightning. The lightning quickly gathered into a lightning flood dragon that jumped around the array at an incredible speed. It was like an incomparably large chain that instantly bound the several hundred snake scorpion beasts. Their skin was split open. Their bodies were scorched black. How wild was the power of the heavenly lightning! This large array condensed the power of lightning, and if it was released at the same time, even the southern summer 8 marquises would find it hard to escape. The dazzling lightning raged for 4 or 5 minutes. The snake scorpion beasts fell down one by one, but not a single human was injured. Too strong. This was a complete massacre. What kind of array was this? All the array masters and soldiers were deeply shocked by this miraculous scene. The person the successor invited to help, what kind of god was this? Chapter 252. The 4-directional heavenly lightning array was similar to the level 1 lightning guiding talisman that Chu Tian had used before. The array itself did not have a strong power, but it could attract the might of the heavenly lightning. When the lightning was absorbed by the array, Chu Tian could personally control it and attack any target in the array. Southern Xia's source stones were barren, so it was very hard to create a large array. Chu Tian had a whimsical idea of breaking a complete array into pieces and splitting it into over 100 units, creating a low-cost but super strong killing array. Not to mention the trivial level 1 demon beasts of the snake scorpion beasts. Even a level 2 demon beast could not block the might of the lightning. The destructive might of this array was something that only the 3 rulers could barely block. Otherwise, even if it was the 8 marquises, Chu Tian was confident he could kill them. The Qing state soldiers were deeply shocked, but they also felt an unprecedented excitement. Great grandma! This was too abnormal. No one had even made a move, but just relying on the array, several hundred snake scorpion beasts had died, and the number of casualties was still increasing. The evil snake scorpion beasts had occupied the Green Dragon Trail for 3 months. How many people had their families destroyed by them? How many soldiers had lost their lives in the canyon? Now they could only watch as the snake scorpion beasts were turned into mincemeat by the lightning. That kind of carefree feeling made everyone's blood boil. Chu Tian continued to control the lightning chains, splitting even more snake scorpion beasts. This incomparably wild power was like a needle in Chu Tian's hands, easily piercing through one snake scorpion beast after another. They were instantly turned into mincemeat. After one wave, another wave came. When half of the snake scorpion beasts had been eliminated, the lightning energy Chu Tian control began to weaken. Although there were still over half of the snake scorpion beasts left, they were all injured, and they had received an unprecedented fright. They were running away in a panic, completely defeated. These beasts can't hold on any longer. Mu Xian gave 3 loud laughs. He pulled out his long blade and charged forward. Everyone, kill with me! Long live the successor! Long live Qing province! 1,000 heavy armored soldiers charged forward with large shields and large blades, blocking the path of the snake scorpion beasts. Their large blades began to mercilessly harvest the snake scorpion beasts. The snake scorpion beasts had lost their poison, and their battle strength was not enough to fight against the Qing state heavy armored soldiers. Adding in the 4-directional heavenly thunder array, they had lost almost all of their battle strength. So how could they resist being surrounded? Kill! Don't let any of them go! Mu Xian killed several snake scorpion beasts, and the snake scorpion beasts piled up into a small mountain. The snake scorpion beasts failed several times, and their numbers quickly decreased. Roar! At the crucial moment, a large snake-scorpion beast charged out of the countless snake-scorpion beasts. This snake-scorpion beast was clearly different from the others. Not only was it twice the size of a normal snake-scorpion beast, it was also covered in dark gold stripes. Snake-scorpion beast king. A rather strong, level 2 magical beast. The snake-scorpion beast king raised its tail high up, and a green light shot at the heavy armored soldiers. It instantly dissolved the shields of the soldiers and killed several soldiers in one go before breaking through the gap. The fellow that sneak attacked Chun Bingyu before should be this fellow. Chu Tian gathered the remaining lightning in his hand and threw it at the snake-scorpion beast. Who would have thought that the snake-scorpion beast would react so quickly? Its two large pincers clamped down and absorbed most of the lightning. Chu Tian was a little surprised. This snake-scorpion beast king is at least in the 6th awakened soul layer. Kill the beast's head. Several elite heavy-armored soldiers surrounded it, but with several dang sounds, their blades all broke. The snake-scorpion beast king did not even leave a mark. The angry snake-scorpion beast king stabbed out with its large pincers, and the soldiers were torn to pieces with pitiful cries. This is bad. It wants to escape. Chun Bingyu's eyes flashed with a cold glow, but before Chun Bingyu could personally make a move, there was a figure that was even faster than her, instantly blocking the snake-scorpion beast king. With a head of white hair and a gray robe, this person was Mr. Chiu. Beast, where do you think you're going? Mr. Chiu gathered spirit energy in his palms, and his skinny body shot out like an arrow at the snake-scorpion beast king. Die! It did not have the ability to resist at all. The snake-scorpion beast king's invulnerable body was instantly torn apart. This old man's cultivation base was very high. Mu Xian was also shocked. Mr. Chiu did not even release his source spirit, and just used pure spirit energy to tear the snake-scorpion beast king in half. Just how high was his cultivation base? Chun Bingyu was also surprised. This Mr. Chiu's cultivation base was even higher than hers, not losing to Yun Tianhe, and his cultivation base was comparable to the Southern Summer 8 Marquises. This person was not a normal person. The snake-scorpion beast king was killed. The snake-scorpion beasts completely collapsed. In the end, after half an hour of encirclement, the snake-scorpion beasts were all killed. Even if there were some that escaped, they could not escape the cavalry on both sides. When the sun rose on the second day, the entire battlefield was filled with scars, and the corpses of the snake-scorpion beasts were everywhere. This scene was truly shocking. We've won. Qing State has won. The soldiers all raised their helmets in celebration. This victory was too important to Qing State. A general came to report after counting the battlefield. Reporting to the successor, we've killed a total of 3,256 snake-scorpion beasts. Mu Xian was shocked. What are the casualties of our army? This general truthfully reported, and it was not hard to see his excitement. We've lost around 100 people. They had killed over 3,000 snake-scorpion beasts and only lost 100 soldiers. This was a glorious battle. When the Green Wood Marquis personally led the army, he had attacked the Green Dragon Trail several times, but he had failed every time. Tens of thousands of soldiers had been buried in the Green Dragon Trail. Now Mu Xian had 1,000 heavy armored soldiers as the main force. In just a single night, they had paid the price of over 100 casualties to completely wipe out the snake-scorpion beasts. Even if there were a few left in the Green Dragon Trail, they were no longer a threat. When everyone returned to the city, Qing State City completely exploded as everyone cheered in celebration. They all walked onto the streets, personally welcoming the army that had saved Qing State from this disaster. Long live the successor! Long live the successor! Mu Xian led the army back. While riding his horse, he waved his hand, looking very heroic and awe-inspiring. The tens of thousands of Qing State City citizens all cheered Mu Xian's name, giving Mu Xian an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. From this moment on, he no longer needed to rely on his father's protection. He could openly obtain the support of the Qing State citizens. Mu Xian loudly shouted, "Today's victory has swept away the haze and solved Qing State's problem. I've decided to hold a celebration banquet to reward the meritorious soldiers. The entire city will celebrate for 3 days." The soldiers were all very excited. With such a large merit falling onto their heads, how could they not be excited? Mu Xian looked around. "Where's Mr. Yu?" Reporting to the successor, "Mr. Yu did not enter the city with us." Mu Xian knit his brows. What was he doing? This fellow left without saying a word. He really was hiding his merit and fame. Mu Xian had some complaints about Mr. Yu, but when he saw his talent, Mu Xian could only feel awe. Now that Mr. Yu had successfully retreated, Mu Xian's opinion of him had changed, and his heart was filled with even more respect. Mu Xian let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing this person wasn't a Southern Xia person. Otherwise, with such a genius shining in the sky, it would make the Southern Summer Country's people feel ashamed. Qing State's pier. Chu Tian and Chen Bingyu boarded the ship and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Mr. Chiu quickly ran over. His hair was a mess, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. "Mr. is a peerless talent. How could you be willing to be a small merchant? This Chiu will recommend you to the 3 rulers. No, this old man will recommend you to the Southern Summer King. You will be able to obtain an important position in the kingdom, and you will be able to establish yourself for 1,000 years. Recommend him to the 3 rulers? Recommend him to the Southern Summer King?" Daring to say, this meant that Mr. Chiu had the ability to meet the 3 rulers or the Southern Summer King. Moreover, he had the confidence that the 3 rulers and the Southern Summer King would listen to him. What kind of power was this? Even the 8 marquises would not dare boast this. What is a small business, and what is a great business? Chu Tian stood on the ship with his hand on the mast, looking at Mr. Chiu on the shore. A merchant can change the world if they reach the peak. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. "Mister, please wait. Please reconsider. This person staying in Southern Xia is definitely a blessing for Southern Xia." Chu Tian didn't appreciate it at all. "I'm used to being free and unrestrained. I appreciate Elder Chiu's kindness. I'll take my leave now. Wait." Master Autumn anxiously paced around. Even if he could not stay in Southern Xia, he could at least squeeze out more knowledge. This kind of opportunity could only be found and not sought. This old man has traveled the world to seek knowledge. I thought that I already had some knowledge. However, after meeting Mr. Yu, I realized that I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. If Sir Yu doesn't mind, this old man is willing to follow you around. Even if I have to be your assistant, this old man will be satisfied. Mr. Chiu's knowledge was not below Yun Tianhe's. If he could recruit this person, it would be a great help to the Yun sect's research. However, this person's background was unknown. Before he could figure out his identity, Chu Tian did not dare recruit him. Anyway, since we are in Southern Xia, why worry about not having a chance to meet? He might as well hang him for a bit. Chu Tian shook his head and refused. Mr. Chiu is an old scholar. Why bend your knees? The skilled are the teachers. Learning has nothing to do with age. Mr. Chiu expressed his sincerity and almost knelt down in front of Chu Tian. Even becoming an apprentice is fine. Ha! Ha! I have never accepted a student. Mr. Chiu is not young. Why are you so stubborn? Please go back. Chu Tian did not give Mr. Chiu a chance. He turned to Chen Bingyu and said, "Let's go." Wait, wait. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will continue to flow. We will meet again. Mr. Cho was in a daze on the pier. His white hair danced in the wind, and he gave off a lonely and pitiful feeling. Heavens! Why did I have to see this kind of monster in my life? Since I met this monster, why didn't I have a chance? Mr. Cho finally understood that ignorance was a blessing. This was because the more he knew, the more he wanted to understand, and the more pain he would feel. If he had not met the unfathomable Mr. Yu, he would still be proud of himself. After several decades of learning, he could compare to the scholars of a large country. Now that he had suddenly woken up from his dream, he finally realized how shallow he was. Time was ruthless, and he was destined to regret it for the rest of his life. Chu Tian stood on the deck with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He asked with a faint smile, "Big Sister Bing, can you guess old Chio's identity?" "I think of a possibility." Chun Bingyu slightly knit her brows, "But I'm not sure." Chun Bingyu had long suspected Mr. Chio's identity, but that person was very proud. Compared to the Mr. Chio in front of her, he was like a different person. So she was not sure. "It doesn't matter, we'll meet sooner or later." Although he guessed that he would meet Mr. Chio soon, Chu Tian never guessed that it would be much faster than he imagined. When Chu Tian pulled the cart full of ultra-wave crystal back to Central State City, he immediately called people to refine the crystal and brought it to the Yun sect to study. The ultra-wave crystal could turn signals into a stable high-frequency wave that could be transmitted thousands of miles away. The ultra-wave crystal was also divided into different levels. A level 1 crystal could transmit 1,000 miles, and a level 2 crystal could transmit a 10,000-mile range. The southern summer country was not that big, so it was enough to refine level 2 ultra-wave crystals. From Central State City to Imperial City, they would need around 6-7 transmission towers. These transmission towers did not need to be built in the wild. They could be built in cities along the way. This way, they would not need to worry about natural disasters or demon beasts destroying them. A transmission tower was like a super strong signal amplifier. If an ultra-wave magnetic sound tower was built in Central State City, it would be able to send a signal to a 10,000-mile radius. All the normal magnetic sound towers would be able to cover the signal with their own magnetic field. Like this. If an ultra-wave magnetic sound tower was built in the Central State main city, it would be able to cover the entire Central State County. Not only would it be able to transmit sound signals, it would also be able to transmit images in the future. It would be able to completely change everyone's lives. Chapter 253. When Chu Tian smoothly returned to South Sky City, Shen Fengho had already reached the Imperial City 10,000 miles away. The Imperial City was the heart of the kingdom. It was only 3,000 miles away from the northern Spirit Beast Kingdom. The terrain in the middle was flat. There were no natural defenses. If the Spirit Beasts launched a surprise attack, the elite cavalry would be able to reach the Imperial City in 2 days. It could be imagined how dangerous this place was. How could the Imperial City be built in such a dangerous place? This had to be explained from the history of Southern Xia. Southern Xia's history was divided into the Northern Summer and Southern Summer periods. The Northern Summer period was when the kingdom was at its peak. At that time, the population was around 1 billion and the territory was 3 times larger than it is now, so it was called the Great Summer Country. The country's name couldn't be randomly used. This was something to pay attention to. The human countries were very strict. They could be divided into empires and kingdoms. Empires were the rulers of a region. They had a population of over 10 billion and a territory of over 10 million square kilometers, so they had the qualifications to call themselves emperors. The kingdom's size, population, and territory were much smaller. The ruler could at most be called a king. Kingdoms were divided into warring kingdoms, large kingdoms, and small kingdoms. The Great Summer Country was the name of a large kingdom. The bronze-masked old man that Chu Tian met came from the Great Zhou Country. This Great Zhou Country was also a large kingdom. Its national strength was around 10 times that of southern Xia. Even the currency used was the continent's common source stone. It was convenient for caravans to enter and exit the country, allowing the country to connect with the world. Southern Xia had been called the Great Summer Country 700 to 800 years ago. This showed that the country's national strength was close to that of a large kingdom. If it could continue to develop, it would be able to solidify its status as a large kingdom. Who would have known that when the Great Summer Kingdom was prospering, a nomadic spirit beast kingdom would suddenly invade the south? The Great Summer Kingdom was caught off guard and instantly had their defensive lines destroyed by the ferocious spirit beasts. They arrived at the capital and killed all the Great Summer Kingdom's royal clan, causing the entire kingdom to fall. In this time of crisis, the Dongfang family allied with the Nangong family and the Shangguan family to fight back, finally saving a small part of the country. After the war stabilized, the Dongfang family proclaimed themselves kings and changed the country's name to Southern Summer. The first-generation Southern Summer king was a hero, swearing to take back the blood debt from the spirit beasts. In order to show his unyielding ambition and determination, as well as to inspire the fighting spirit of his descendants, he deliberately placed the imperial city in the north of southern Xia, facing the territory occupied by the nomadic spirit beasts. Adversity begets adversity and perishes in ease. The first-generation Southern Summer King's decision seemed reckless, but it laid a strong foundation for the continuation of Southern Xia. Since the founding of Southern Xia, they had always lived under the shadow of the spirit beasts. The survival instinct of the people stimulated their bravery, and the descendants of the three great families continued to produce generation after generation of talents. In order to protect the imperial city and the kingdom, they charged into the battlefield, causing the spirit beasts who had the absolute advantage to fail again and again. The reason Southern Xia had become stronger and stronger over the past several hundred years was because of the capital city facing off against the spirit beasts in the north. The southern states were able to develop in peace, finally becoming prosperous and establishing a strong foundation for the kingdom. After Shen Fengho obtained the source energy pistol made by Chu Tian, he personally went north to Imperial City. Imperial City was the most prosperous city in southern Xia, with a population that was half that of Central State's main city. The city walls were layered, and the exterior was covered in a layer of molten iron. When the sun shined on it, it shined with a cold light. In terms of the city structure, it was not as beautiful as Central State, but it was filled with the power of the baptism of war. It was a steel fortress that could not be broken. The garrison in Imperial City far surpassed the 8 states. The most elite storm cavalry had 100,000 soldiers. This elite cavalry was an important force to fight against the spirit beasts. The other main armies were all gathered in Imperial City, allowing Imperial City to be in a state of war at any time, quickly reacting to the battlefield. Every time he came to Imperial City, Shen Fengho would feel his heart being filled with emotions. In the past 500-600 years, Imperial City had never fallen before. Rather, it had become stronger in every bloody battle. After the citizens of Imperial City experienced the baptism of war, they became even more warlike, becoming even more powerful. Now that southern Xia had a stable population of 200-300 million, they had millions of soldiers. The spirit beasts had been in internal conflict in recent years, so they did not have the time to encroach on the southern lands. Now was the time for southern Xia to rise and collect this blood debt in one fell swoop. Shen Fengho looked at the sealed crystal box. Perhaps this weapon would be the key. I am Central State's Feng, Yuntian. I have an important matter to discuss with the calm martial ruler. It's Sir Shin Fong Ho. Quickly, report to the calm martial ruler. The calm martial ruler's palace was luxurious, but not extravagant. It was completely black in color, filled with the aura of an army. This was the largest palace in Imperial City other than the royal palace. The Dongfang family was worthy of being the #1 family because the Dongfang family was the Southern Summer royal family. Not to mention that the Dongfang family even had a country protecting pillar, the calm martial ruler. The Dongfang family's overall strength far surpassed the Nangong and Shangguan families. Chu Tian's plan was very good. There was nothing more powerful than the Dongfang family's support. A blood-red clothed guard from the Jun Palace came out, reporting to the Marquis, "The ruler is not in the palace." The ruler's status was very high. Actually, in some large empires, the ruler could establish a ruler's country. The ruler's country was a kind of vassal state that did not have complete independence, so it could not be compared to a kingdom or an empire. Southern Xia was not very big, and the 3 rulers did not have a territory, but they were still called rulers, second only to the Southern Summer King. Shin Fengho slightly knit his brows. The calm martial ruler is not in Imperial City? The calm martial ruler was the frontline commander, so if there was an urgent battle report, the calm martial ruler would often leave Imperial City. He would be gone for 5-10 days, or even several months. If he could not see the calm martial ruler in time, the situation would not be good. Shin Fengho's status was high, and he had the qualifications to speak to the king, but his weight was still lower than the Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler. If there was a dispute in front of the Southern Summer King, Shin Fengho would not be able to win against the 2 of them. This matter was very important. Shin Fengho trusted the calm martial ruler, so he had to convince the calm martial ruler first. The blood-red clothed guard cupped his hands and replied, "The ruler has been urgently summoned to the royal palace by the king and has not returned yet." Shin Fengho let out a long sigh of relief. The calm martial ruler was in Imperial City, so everything was fine. Southern Summer Royal Palace. The golden glazed tiles shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. The 2 dragons on the eaves were covered in golden scales and armor. They looked alive and seemed to want to soar into the sky. The elite palace guards were as dense as the clouds. All of them held long spears and swords in their hands, causing the luxurious palace complex to exude a sharp, murderous aura. On the 9 jade steps, the king was sitting on a throne, looking around 60 years old with white hair. He was wearing a purple royal robe and had a majestic crown on his head. There was a long sword at his waist that was releasing a powerful aura. This was Southern Xia's king's guardian sword, which was said to be passed down by the great summer country's royal family. In the magnificent hall, all the guards had been sent away. 3 men as strong as gods walked in. The person on the left was an old man with a head full of red hair. Although he was already very old, he was still as tall and sturdy as a mountain. His entire body emitted a violent and powerful aura. The person on the right was an elegant old man dressed in white. He had a medium build and a refined appearance. His hair was all white, and he had the aura of an old scholar. The one in the middle was the youngest, but it was hard to tell his age from his appearance. There was only a bit of white hair on his temples, and he was wearing a dark golden armor. His left hand was holding a helmet, his cheeks were square, and his forehead was protruding. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, making him look like he was filled with killing intent. "I've urgently summoned the 3 rulers today because I have something to discuss. Burning Sun ruler, you go first." Reporting to my king. The Burning Sun ruler Nangong, Yen's body was filled with hot energy like an angry fire god. The ground under his feet was penetrated by his aura, becoming hotter and hotter. My clan's elder, Nangongji, has gone to Central State under the king's orders, but he never thought that he would be crippled by that Chu Tian. This matter concerns the Nangong family's face. I ask my king to make a decision. Chu Tian? The Southern Summer King's voice was deep and resounded in the hall, filled with a sense of majesty. This king has heard of this name more than once. Arrogant and arrogant, not only did he lead the pirates to attack Central State City, he even swallowed the 3 old clans. His current actions are not even placing this king in his eyes. He is truly very bold. When the Southern Summer King said this, although his tone did not change, the 3 rulers could feel that the Southern Summer King was already angered by Chu Tian's actions. The Southern Summer King had been in power for over 20 years. He was the supreme ruler of Southern Xia. Even the 3 rulers had to listen to his orders. What did a brat from Central State count for? The calm martial ruler stood up and said, Chu Tian has made a great contribution in Thunder State. This person has true talent. He should be able to be used by my Southern Xia. I ask my king to make a decision. Southern Xia needs people. Could the Southern Summer Country be lacking in talent? A sharp voice rang out. It was the refined ruler, Shangguan Songfeng. Can he compare to the great scholar? The calm, martial ruler knit his brows. The refined ruler's words are reasonable. Southern Summer does not lack talents. Chu Tian may have made contributions, but his merits and demerits offset each other. Chu Tian may have talent, but he is unruly and hard to teach. He is not suitable for the kingdom. The Southern Summer King's voice was filled with an irresistible might. If this matter of insulting the royal envoy were to spread in Southern Xia, where would the prestige of Imperial City go? The king, is wise. We must kill one as an example to others. The refined ruler, Shangguan Songfeng, already understood what the Southern Summer King was thinking, so he took the initiative to say, I propose that Chu Tian be severely punished. Otherwise, if he continues to grow, he will poison Central State and divide our kingdom. What about the Burning Sun ruler? I agree. The Burning Sun ruler, Nangong Yen, was a victim. He crippled a senior elder of the Nangong family. This is slapping the face of my Nangong family. The calm martial ruler, Dongfang Gan, knit his brows. King, please reconsider. I've already made my decision. The Southern Summer King gave his order. Chu Tian has no eyes for the law and is arrogant, looking down on the king's prestige and offending his superiors. Even if he has great merits, it is not enough. He will be brought back to Imperial City for trial, and the refined ruler will personally take charge of this matter. The king, am wise. The refined ruler revealed a smile. I suggest using the Southern State Army and sending the Western Marquis to Central State. The Southern Summer King said, aloud. The Burning Sun ruler nodded, expressing his satisfaction. According to what I know, the Western Marquis has a personal grudge with Chu Tian. The calm martial ruler suddenly said, if we send the Western Marquis to capture Chu Tian alive and bring him back for trial, we need to ask the great scholar to supervise the army. This will prevent the Western Marquis from abusing his position. The refined ruler knit his brows. He deliberately gave this opportunity to the Western Marquis, to give the Western Marquis a chance to take revenge. All right. The Southern Summer King did not wait for the refined ruler to object. Send 100 royal knights to Qing State and have the great scholar personally command them to assist the Western Marquis in his mission. The 3 rulers' hearts slightly trembled. The royal knights were all sent out. The Southern Summer King really had to capture Chu Tian. All right, this matter ends here. The Southern Summer King was not willing to mention the matter of Central State anymore. He looked at the calm martial ruler. What is the situation in the north? The calm martial ruler was not satisfied. but that brat Chu Tian's actions were too excessive. The calm, martial ruler knew the Southern Summer King's personality, so he did not dissuade him. Anyway, he had asked the great scholar to come forward. The great scholar was a righteous person and could mediate the situation, allowing him to keep his life. If Chu Tian died, it would be because his life was not good. Reporting to my king, the spirit beasts are an internal strife and have been killing each other for over 10 years. The internal friction is very strong. Perhaps this is a chance for the Southern Summer King. Oh, is that so? The Southern Summer King revealed a look of joy and immediately discussed it with the three rulers, discussing it deep into the night. The Southern Summer King became more and more excited, as if he did not care about Chu Tian's matter at all. After all, compared to Chu Tian, the northern spirit beasts were the biggest problem. We still have to rely on the calm martial ruler. Continue to observe and find a chance. We will definitely strike. Chapter 254. Chu Tian was not enough. A person that dared to defy the king's orders meant that he did not place the king in his eyes. This was a young man that was not even 20 years old. How could he be this arrogant? If he was given an important task and allowed to climb to a higher position, wouldn't he be rebelling? Kill one to warn 100. He had to kill one to warn 100. Otherwise, where would the Southern Summer King's dignity be? The Southern Summer King allowed Southern States Shangguanhong to enter Central State with the royal proclamation to capture Chu Tian. In order to be safe, he sent 100 royal knights with the support of the great scholar. They had to capture Chu Tian. The royal knights were the elites of Southern Xia's cavalry and were chosen from the Storm Knights. This was not just the royal palace's most elite army. They were also the most loyal guards of the royal family. The royal knights did not participate in the battle. Rather than being a strong fighting force, it was better to say they were a strong deterrent force. Each member of this army was a peak expert of Southern Xia, and 100 royal knights were not inferior to a small army. The royal knights represented the king's prestige. The calm martial ruler did not care about talent, but he understood the Southern Summer King. Although he agreed to the calm martial ruler sending the great scholar, it was not because the calm martial ruler's suggestion was good. Rather, it was just an extra layer of insurance. The great scholar had both strength and wisdom, as well as an extraordinary influence. With the threat of 100 royal knights, Chu Tian could only wait to be captured. This king was not lacking in talent, strategy, or ambition, but his desire for control was too strong. He could not tolerate people who were rebellious and difficult to control. So even if Chu Tian did not lose to the great scholar, the Southern Summer King could not give him an important task. The calm, martial ruler could only do this. Whether he lived or died would depend on Chu Tian's luck. Of course, whether it was the Southern Summer King, the calm martial ruler, the burning sun ruler, or the refined ruler, they did not care about Chu Tian at all. He was just a genius that came from a small place. The three great clans were filled with talents. So how could they not have a single genius? As for the matter in Thunder State, in fact, the troubles in Southern Xia had never stopped for many years. One moment it was a beast plague, the next moment it was a plague, and the next moment it was a landslide and an earthquake. What happened in Thunder State was resolved in an extremely short amount of time. Everyone in Imperial City thought that this was just like the previous disasters and that there wasn't anything strange about it. Shin Fengho and the Golden Arrow Marquis tried their best to take credit for Chu Tian, but the relationship between the two marquises was not shallow, and Shin Fengho thought highly of Chu Tian, so it was hard to guarantee that there were no personal feelings involved. Southern Xia will always have only one hidden danger. That was the northern nomadic spirit beast kingdom, the Warhounds tribe. Strictly speaking, the Warhounds tribe was not the name of a country, but rather the name of an area. There were large amounts of nomadic spirit beast tribes here, with the dog and wolf races being the main ones. So they were collectively called the Warhounds tribe. The place they were in was called the Warhounds Plains. The Warhounds tribe maintained the style of the spirit beasts. They did not have ethics, laws, or morals. They did not have a place to live, and they plundered, so they were very aggressive. When they attacked the great summer country in the past and looted the entire kingdom, it was the 12 strongest Warhounds tribe armies. This was the leader of a united tribal kingdom. He named himself the Warhounds Kingdom and called himself the Fong King. The humans called him the Warhounds King. Each generation of the Fong King was the bravest war god of the 12 Warhounds tribes, so the Fong King's army was invincible. They forcefully turned the great summer country into southern Xia and forced southern Xia to not be able to breathe. If the Warhounds Kingdom could maintain their battle strength, this human kingdom would have already been destroyed. Only the Spirit Beast Kingdom's social system was too weak, so the Warhounds tribe could not prosper for a long time. After each generation of the Fong King fell, the Warhounds Plains would be filled with internal strife. The various tribes wanted to compete for the new Fong King, so it was inevitable that there would be conflicts and wars. In fact, in the last 100 years, the Warhounds tribes were evenly matched. Without a Fong King and without a qualified ruler, the Warhounds tribes could not work together at all. No matter how strong they were like scattered sand. If a tribe came to plunder the humans, not only would another tribe not help, they would even stab them in the back. It was because of this that the Warhounds tribes invaded southern Xia year after year, only to steal a few people. It had been too long since they had started a proper war. This gave southern Xia a chance to turn around. The calm martial ruler and the southern summer king had been observing all this time. The more intense the Warhounds tribe's internal strife, the more advantageous it was for southern Xia. Once the time was ripe, the calm martial ruler would personally lead the army and attack the Warhounds Plains in one fell swoop, paying back the blood debt accumulated over several hundred years. The Warhounds Plains, southern Xia, would swallow it sooner or later. It was best to kill the conflicts in the other states. They could not hinder the overall situation. When the calm martial ruler returned to the ruler's palace, it was already the middle of the night. Reporting to the ruler, the calm martial ruler picked up the latest report from the Warhounds Plains, and a guard immediately came to report. Central State's Shen Fengho is asking for an audience. Shen Fengho? The calm martial ruler slightly knit his brows. He didn't need to guess to know that this person was asking for leniency for Chu Tian. Since he dares to cause trouble, he should think about the consequences and the price. Go tell Shen Fengho that he can go back. This ruler is powerless. The calm martial ruler was very unreasonable. Actually, Shen Fengho should not have come to Imperial City at this moment. The Southern Summer King had already sent out the royal proclamation, so this matter could not be reversed. If Shen Fengho was in Central State, he might have been able to confront the Western Marquis. With the great scholar here, perhaps Chu Tian would not have died. If Shen Fengho ran to Imperial City, who would be able to fight the Western Marquis? Ruler, Shen Fengho said that he won't leave until he sees you. This Feng Yuntian. The calm martial ruler slammed the letter on the table, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. He did not like people that did not know what was good for them. He would naturally do things that he should do, but what use was asking for things that he shouldn't do? All right, then call Shen Fengho in. Shen Fengho walked into the main hall of the ruler's palace and respectfully bowed down. Feng Yuntian greets the calm martial ruler. No need for formalities. The calm martial ruler looked at him with an expressionless face. Shen Fengho has come back and traveled tens of thousands of miles to Imperial City. It couldn't be to ask for leniency for Chu Tian, right? The calm martial ruler is wise. Shen Fengho did not hide his intentions. Chu Tian is not a normal person. He cannot be dealt with normally. He has no respect for the law and is arrogant and hard to tame. This ruler has rarely seen such a domineering person in his life, colluding with the pirates to cause chaos in Central State, secretly swallowing the 3 great clans, and even crippling a senior Nangong family elder. Which one of these did not violate the kingdom's taboo? This kind of arrogant person, even if he has some knowledge, it will be hard for him to become a pillar of the kingdom. If he was dealt with normally, he would have died 10 times already. That's not true. Shen Fengho argued. The imperial city has only received one side of the story. The chaos in Central State was not caused by Chu Tian. It was caused by the Chu, Luo, and Yi families. As for the pirates of the 4 States Lake, they are a long-term hidden danger. Chu Tian has taken them under his command and used them for southern Xia. This matter is not wrong, but rather it is a great merit. Chu Tian embezzled the 3 clans' property and heavily injured the imperial city's envoy. How do you explain this? These 2 matters were indeed inappropriate. Shen Fengho admitted that Chu Tian was wrong, but his tone suddenly changed. But the Chu, Luo, and Yi families attacked Chu Tian and caused great damage to Central State City. It is true that Chu Tian swallowed the 3 great clans, but he also distributed wealth to the people, quickly stabilizing the chaos in Central State. As for heavily injuring Nangong Ji, it was purely because Nangong Ji was provoked by others trying to steal miracle commerce for nothing, so he angered Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian was wrong, compared to his merit, this one does not think he should be punished. Is Shen Fengho really a fool, or is he pretending to be a fool? This one does not understand. The calm martial ruler smiled. This ruler will not beat around the bush. The Southern Summer King cannot tolerate Chu Tian. Do you still not understand? Other than the above reasons, the most important thing is that Chu Tian was born in a low position, but now he is the ruler of Central State and has an arrogant and unruly personality. Central State is the center of Southern Xia. Have you thought of the consequences once something happens in Central State? Indeed, other than the surface reason, there was a deeper contradiction. Why was Central State called Central State? Because it was located in Southern Xia, it had the function of coordinating the other regions. The divine Wind Marquis had lived in seclusion for many years, and the 4 great families were divided. This situation was also the result of Imperial City, so Central State had to have a balance. Otherwise, if Central State fell into chaos, it would become an unimaginable threat to the Southern Summer Country. Chu Tian's personality made people worry. This unruly fellow would cause chaos at this critical moment, which would have an immeasurable negative effect on Southern Xia. Chu Tian is not a person who would cause chaos in the country. Shen Fengho thought of this point. This person has shocking talent, so it is not good to restrict him. If we let him develop, Central State will become the head of the 8 states in 3 years. Words are no proof. Feng Yintian will use his life as a guarantee. If Central State doesn't succeed in 3 years, I am willing to stretch out my neck to be executed. The calm martial ruler was a bit stunned. Shen Fengho, I really can't understand you. Chu Tian's arrogant personality is not fake, but he is very clear about gratitude and grudges. If the calm martial ruler can give him a hand in this difficult time, he will repay Southern Xia 100 times in the future. Strange. A brat was worth Shen Fengho doing this. Empty words are useless. Shen Fengho continued to say, if the calm martial ruler really wants to protect Chu Tian, that brat will be fine, even without anyone persuading him. If the calm martial ruler does not have the heart to protect Chu Tian, even if this one's lips break, the calm martial ruler's personality will not change. It's good that you understand. The calm martial ruler asked, in an interested voice, but Shen Fengho has already understood this, but he still came to Imperial City to persuade me. Could it be that he has full confidence in persuading me? Chu Tian has a gift for the calm martial ruler. Shen Fengho presented a crystal box. I asked the calm martial ruler to take a look. Gift? Only he could think of this. The calm martial ruler gave a few cold laughs in his heart. This ruler was giving Shen Fengho face, so he met with Shen Fengho. Otherwise he would not have interfered in this matter. The calm martial ruler was a very upright person, so he did not like people who played politics the most. He tried to guess the thoughts of those in power and gave gifts to those in power. He was a talent that could be used. If he was still alive after being sent to Imperial City, he could secretly save his life. However, this person managed to convince Shen Fengho to give him a gift. The calm martial ruler's opinion of him plummeted. I am willing to use my marquis title and my life to guarantee that the calm martial ruler will not regret this. Shen Fengho looked around. Only this item is very important, and I do not wish for a third person to see it. If the other side was not Shen Fengho, the calm martial ruler would have immediately sent him away. The calm martial ruler was clear on Shen Fengho's character. This person cared the least about fame out of the 8 marquises. It was impossible for him to kneel to a youth for benefits. Since he dared to make this promise, he must have his reasons. That's fine. He'll just take a look. Chapter 255. Shen Fengho was not a person who was greedy for fame. Since he had helped Chu Tian time and time again, not hesitating to use his title and life as a guarantee, he must have his reasons. The calm martial ruler waved his sleeve. You can all leave. Without this ruler's orders, you're not allowed to enter the palace. The June Palace guards all left. The Divine Wind Marquis carefully opened the crystal box. There was a silver pistol and 6 source energy batteries inside, quietly lying inside. The calm martial ruler's eyes narrowed. The material of this item was not very precious, so if it was a gift, it would be too shabby. This is a new weapon invented by Chu Tian. Shen Fengho placed the crystal box in front of the calm martial ruler. It's called the Source Energy Pistol. I asked the calm martial ruler to take a look. What kind of weapon is this? Why don't you show it to Benjun? Calm martial ruler, look carefully. Shen Fengho knew that the calm martial ruler was filled with doubts, but it was useless to say anything now. He would just let him see the might of the Source Energy Pistol. Shen Fengho took out the Silver Source Energy Pistol and then picked up a Source Energy battery magazine, casually putting it in. With a ka-cha sound, the magazine was placed in the gun. The runes on the silver-white gun were instantly activated by a ray of light. The calm martial ruler's eyes slightly opened, and a bright light flashed in them. This weapon seemed to have a very intricate array and rune structure engraved on it. The most incredible thing was that this array could be activated by an energy magazine. Just based on this point, this was a very meaningful invention. The source energy array needed spirit energy to be activated, so refining pills and making talismans could not be separated from manual labor. If there was a way to release people and automatically activate the source energy array, it would be a large increase in production. Shen Fengho aimed at a pillar and pulled the trigger. The calm martial ruler could clearly feel that the runes engraved on the gun began to light up. Several source energy arrays began to move according to a certain pattern, drawing out a strong energy from the energy magazine and quickly condensing it at the muzzle. The calm martial ruler was in a daze. Pung! A light flashed. An energy bullet shot out and melted through the metal pillar on the spot, creating a large pit. It was unknown what material this silvery white pistol was made of, but its power was unexpectedly 3 times stronger than the experimental product. Although the barrel was burned red hot, it wasn't like the experimental product, which only fired one energy bullet before it melted. Shen Fenghe lowered his spear and looked at Shen Fenghe. What does the calm martial ruler think? What kind of situation had the three lords not seen before? But when this scene played out in front of him, the calm martial ruler was stunned and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. What kind of weapon was that? How could it shoot out such a powerful energy in an instant? Calm martial ruler, calm martial ruler? Shen Fenghe had never seen the three rulers this shocked before, so his heart was filled with joy. After calling out several times, the calm martial ruler came back to his senses. The calm martial ruler did not say anything as he quickly calmed down. He returned to his seat and waited for Shen Fenghe to explain further. He was truly worthy of being the calm martial ruler. In front of such a miraculous weapon, he could still remain calm. This was not easy at all. At least it was much better than Shen Fenghe's reaction. As the calm martial ruler can see, when I used the weapon, I did not release a single strand of spirit energy. In other words, even if the one holding the source energy pistol was a child, it would still have a terrifying lethality. It would be enough to kill an early awakened soul cultivator in one shot. Letting a child have the strength to kill an awakened soul cultivator. The calm martial ruler looked calm on the surface, but his hands couldn't help trembling. The cost must not be low. Shen Fenghe revealed a mysterious smile. What does the calm martial ruler think the cost is? The craftsmanship is exquisite, the energy source is strange, and the talisman arrays are profound. The value of this item is at least 1 million gold coins. No, it should be over 5 million gold coins. Ha 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 ha. Shen Fenghe broke out in laughter. Even the calm martial ruler can make a mistake sometimes. The calm martial ruler knit his brows. 5 million gold coins is not enough. In fairness, this weapon was not bad. Although it was not a threat to the three rulers, to an awakened soul realm person, it was a very deadly weapon. Even if it was sold for 5 million gold coins, there would still be a large number of people who would buy it. Only with such an expensive item, it would be hard to popularize it. Who would have thought that from Shen Fenghe's tone, this item would not be worth 5 million gold coins? The price was too high, and if it really cost 10 million gold coins, no one would dare use it even if they invented it. This was because it was too expensive, and 10 million gold coins was more than enough to buy a high-grade soul weapon. Shen Fenghe stretched out a finger. The cost to make it should be around this number. You really want 10 million? The calm martial ruler felt like his strength had been sucked out. He had high expectations before, and now he suddenly found out that this invention was not practical. It was hard to avoid a large gap. That's fine. This item was indeed not normal. Just the automatic source energy array system was enough to bring a large change to the industry. Just based on this, Chu Tian was worth training. Of course, it's not 10 million gold coins. Shen Fenghe loudly replied. At most, it's 1,000 gold coins. Pa! The calm martial ruler's chair was shattered to pieces. A vast and shocking pressure filled the entire ruler's palace. Even Shen Fenghe couldn't help taking several steps back when facing this strong pressure. His heart was secretly shocked. This was the strength of a 3-ruler-level expert. It really far surpassed the limits of an awakened soul cultivator. Just 1,000 gold coins is enough. The calm martial ruler's eyes turned a bit red, like a hungry wolf seeing a fat lamb. Are you lying to me? That's impossible. When Shen Fenghe said this, he even suspected that he was dreaming. This weapon that could even threaten an awakened soul cultivator in the hands of a little child, its cost wasn't even 1,000 gold coins. Training a void soul cultivator would cost anywhere from several million to 10 million. Training an illustrious soul cultivator would cost tens of millions to hundreds of millions, but now it only cost 1,000 gold coins to destroy an awakened soul cultivator. How could people accept this? 1,000 gold coins for one. 10 over 10,000, 100 over 100,000, 1,000 over a million? If this kind of weapon was popularized, it would definitely have a subversive effect on the kingdom. Those large families would train their own talents, and by this kind of weapon on a large scale, easily ruling over a region. With 1,000 of these weapons firing at once, it was enough to instantly destroy an army. Even if it was an expert on the level of one of the Southern Summerate marquises, they would not be able to withstand the simultaneous attack of several hundred source energy pistols. With a cost of 1,000,000 gold coins, it would be enough to kill an expert on the level of one of the Southern Summerate marquises. What did 1,000,000 gold coins count for? In a place like Imperial City, a rich merchant would buy a beautiful maid for around this price. Of course, although the power of the weapon was strong, power did not represent strength. Even if there were several hundred people aiming at Shen Fengho would not just stand there and be a target. With his strength and speed, he would not have a chance to fire. But no matter what, this low cost had such a shocking effect. It was truly a miracle. Of course, this is the cost price. Shen Fengho was very satisfied with the calm martial ruler's reaction, with Chu Tian's personality. If he were to sell it, each source energy pistol would cost 10-20,000 gold coins. 10-20,000? The calm martial ruler thinks it's too expensive. What expensive? It's too cheap. The calm martial ruler angrily said, if it's sold this cheaply, wouldn't the local families be hoarding it? The calm martial ruler was worried that this weapon would be too expensive, but now he was worried that it would be sold too cheaply. He finally understood why Shen Fengho wanted to protect Chu Tian. Chu Tian alone could defeat 1,000,000 soldiers. The calm martial ruler's eyes suddenly flashed. Shen Fengho and Chu Tian's relationship is not shallow. I wonder if he can obtain the design for this pistol. As expected, wouldn't he feel more assured holding this thing in his own hands? If Chu Tian really gave the design to him, perhaps Chu Tian would be in danger. After all, whoever had the design would be able to control a modern weapon. No ambitious person would be willing to share it with others. Once the calm martial ruler gave the design to the Southern Summer King, the strong Southern Summer King would definitely get rid of Chu Tian. This source energy pistol is still in the testing stage. Even if we obtain the design, we will only be able to make an incomplete product. Is that so? Not to mention that the source energy pistol is only the foundation of the source energy weapons. Chu Tian will develop even more advanced source energy weapons in the future. So this one thinks that Chu Tian can only support an alliance. We can't become enemies with him or force him. Otherwise, it will be the opposite of what we want. The calm martial ruler had indeed thought of Chu Tian in that instant. After all, the temptation was too big. If he could control Chu Tian, sweeping through the Warhound Plains would only be a matter of time. But looking at Chu Tian's personality, he was someone who could be persuaded but not cowed. Forcing him might not have any results, and if he made him hate him, it would be a large hidden danger. Chu Tian has sent a personal letter. I ask the calm martial ruler to take a look. The calm martial ruler opened the letter that was not sealed, and there were only a few hundred words written on it. It was the letter that Chu Tian had Shen Fengho send to the calm martial ruler. Shen Fengho had not seen the contents of the letter, so he did not know what Chu Tian had written inside. This fellow did not play his cards according to common sense, so he hoped that he did not cause any trouble. Good Chu Tian. The calm martial ruler angrily said, since he's brought business to this ruler's head, he wants to invite this ruler to Central State to discuss cooperation and develop the military industry together. What? Inviting the calm martial ruler to Central State? Was Chu Tian crazy? A person like the calm martial ruler could not easily leave Imperial City. The calm martial ruler was not in a rush to make a decision. What does Shen Fenghe think? This Chu Tian is too bold. Shen Fenghe first lectured Chu Tian before saying, but for the benefit of the kingdom, I think that if the calm martial ruler can represent the kingdom and cooperate with Chu Tian, it will be a good thing for the country. The calm martial ruler cannot personally go to Central State, so he can just send a trusted aide to discuss this matter. This ruler wants to personally go. The calm martial ruler pondered it for a bit. The refined ruler has contacted Southern State's Western Marquis today. Perhaps he will make a move against Chu Tian soon. This monarch cannot leave Royal City directly and must make preparations for deployment. The southern continent is directly connected to the central continent by the Four States Lake. At this point, I can only ask the Grand Scholar to help me mediate for a while. This monarch will deploy the front lines in 2 days and immediately secretly enter the central continent. With the calm martial ruler personally making a move, this trouble could be considered over. However, calling the calm martial ruler to Central State to negotiate, was this a wise move? The calm martial ruler was too strong, and in this situation where both sides were not equal, perhaps this negotiation would put Chu Tian in a disadvantageous position. 2 hours later, the refined ruler's palace. A senior Shangguan family elder quickly found Shangguan Songfeng. Reporting to the ruler, the calm martial ruler's palace has sent a secret letter to Qing State. The 3 rulers were in a competitive relationship. The calm martial ruler could fight, but he was much weaker when it came to power struggles. Every letter from the calm martial ruler's palace could not escape the refined ruler's control, and the calm martial ruler did not know about it. The letter is here. The refined ruler Tor opened the calm martial ruler's letter and gave it a simple glance before revealing a cold smile. The content of the letter was asking the great scholar to protect Chu Tian and not let the Shangguan family harm him, delaying for as much time as possible. This calm martial ruler, he really can't change his old habits. The refined ruler did not place Chu Tian in his eyes at all. Only Chu Tian had offended the Shangguan family several times. The first time he crippled Shangguan Ming, he had shamed the Shangguan family. After all, Shangguan Ming had disobeyed the royal order, so the family could not do anything about it or it would affect the family's reputation. But the second time was too much. Chu Tian had crippled the Western Marquis successor, Shangguan Feichen, causing the citizens of Thunder State to chase the Western Marquis away. The southern summer country had been established for many years. There had never been a case of a commoner chasing away a marquis. This matter could not be hidden. The Western Marquis was not just one of the 8 marquises. He was also one of the most important branches of the Shangguan family. Now that the Western Marquis reputation had been damaged, how could the Shangguan family not be affected? In the refined ruler's eyes, Chu Tian was like an ant. With the status of the 3 rulers, if they wanted to crush this ant, it would not take much effort at all. But the refined ruler had his status and disdained making a move against a junior like Chu Tian. Since there was a chance now, he might as well take advantage of it. Should we intercept this letter? Why should we intercept it? We don't want to make things difficult for the calm martial ruler. Go and change the letter a bit and send it out normally. We have to do it without anyone knowing. Do you understand? This elder, of course, understood the refined ruler's meaning. He immediately changed the letter and placed it back, allowing it to be sent to the Qing State Great Scholar's hands. Chapter 256. Qing State City. When the Greenwood Marquis returned from pacifying the west side, he received a large piece of good news. The Green Dragon Trail had been opened. The Greenwood Marquis did not dare believe it and immediately rushed back to the main city, finally confirming this news. The Greenwood Marquis had failed several times in the Green Dragon Trail, but his son had led him to a breakthrough. It was because of this great merit that Mu Xian received the strong support of the Qing state people. To the Greenwood Marquis, this was even more joyous. Qing State City had mobilized a large number of troops over the past few days, moving from both east and west. An entire 100,000 soldiers entered the Green Dragon Trail, eradicating the remaining threats in the Green Dragon Trail, and finally opening this important path, in order to prevent something like this from happening again. Qing State began to build camps in the mountains, filling the Green Dragon Trail with sentries. Other than that, there were 30,000 elite soldiers stationed in the Green Dragon Trail camp, maintaining the safety of the Green Dragon Trail. Like this, the Green Ridge's resource production quickly recovered, and all the resource fields began to operate again. Those merchants who sold their shares or resource fields to Chu Tian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Chu Tian had invested 650 million gold coins in the Green Ridge. Even if he didn't do anything now, as long as he sold all the resources and shares he would be able to easily double or even double the profit. It had only been a few days, so once the Green Dragon Trail was completely stabilized, the value of these resource fields would continue to rise. Wanting to buy these resource fields at their original value in normal times was simply a fool's dream. Chu Tian had used a price that was almost half to buy a large number of resource fields that were hard to buy, creating a stable resource channel for miracle commerce. This was truly a large profit. Mu Xian returned to the Marquis Palace. Reporting to father, the Green Dragon Trail has been completely cleared. We are currently building camps in the mountains and consolidating the defenses of the Green Dragon Trail, preventing something like this from happening again. Good job. The Greenwood Marquis felt his body relax, and the haze that had covered his heart for several months finally disappeared. This problem that has troubled Qing State for several months has been solved. Someone come. I want to personally visit Mr. Chiu and thank Qing State City's great hero. Father, although Mr. Chiu has done quite a bit. Mu Xian hesitated for a few seconds, but the greatest contribution is Mu Xian. The Greenwood Marquis face turned serious. You Chonga, just pretend he never came. You are this Marquis successor. Do you understand my meaning? Mu Xian had a thoughtful look. Wouldn't doing this. What use does a foreign merchant have for merit? The Greenwood Marquis said with a snort, not to mention that he already received the reward he deserved. 500 million gold coins. You think it's only 500 million gold coins. The Greenwood Marquis was a bit angry. Now that half of the Green Ridge Resource Area's shares have been bought by him, this loss is more than $1 billion or $2 billion for us. Although it's an act of looting a burning house, he only holds shares in most of the resource fields and does not control them. This Marquis can only turn a blind eye to it. No wonder. This fellow was truly treacherous. Chu Tian had come up with a plan and had already reaped the benefits. Now he was using a large sum of money to loot a burning house. This was a method that undermined the actual benefits of Qingzhou. The Greenwood Marquis, not pursuing this matter, was giving him a favor. So he should return the favor. No one in Qingzhou knew about this person. Everyone gave the greatest credit to Mu Xian. This honor to Mr. Chiu, or the mysterious Mr. Yu, was not worth a single coin. However, to Mu Xian, this was something that could not be bought with money. As the Greenwood Marquis successor, he would inherit his father's Greenwood Marquis title sooner or later. This great merit made everyone worship him and respect him, which was very important to Mu Xian in managing Qingzhou in the future. Mu Xian said to his father with a puzzled expression, I don't understand. Mr. Chiu is not a normal person, so why haven't I heard of him in southern Xia? Could it be he is a foreign scholar? Mu Xian, you actually know Mr. Chiu's identity, but you just don't dare believe it. What does royal father mean? Mr. Chiu is just an alias to keep a low profile. The Greenwood Marquis said this, and then his voice suddenly changed. This Marquis was not sure at first, but after some observation, I can confirm that this Mr. Chiu is my Southern Xia's #1 scholar, the Dongfeng family's #1 minister, Gu Qianqiu. Mu Xian was scared out of his wits. Mr. Chiu's true identity was the great scholar Gu Qianqiu. When Gu Qianqiu was young, he had spent over 20 years traveling around, visiting many countries and visiting many masters. When he returned to Southern Xia, he was praised as the most knowledgeable person in Southern Xia, and it could be said that he had students all over the world. In the eyes of Southern Xia's scholars, he was as high up as a king. Even in Mu Xian's dreams, he never would have thought that this low-key and strict old scholar was actually Southern Xia's #1 scholar. That's right. Of the top scholars in Southern Xia, the most famous were the great scholar Gu Qianqiu and the central state Yun Sex Yun Tianhe. When this Mr. Chiu appeared in Qing state and displayed knowledge that was not inferior to Yun Tianhe, everyone thought that it was Gu Qianqiu, but they didn't dare believe it at that time. The great scholar had his own considerations for coming to Qing state in a low-key manner. After all, the great scholar's reputation was too great, and if his identity was revealed, it would cause a stir, which would make it hard for Gu Qianqiu to concentrate on his research. Moreover, the method to cure the scorpion beast's poison was a challenge for Gu Qianqiu. If he could perfectly cure it, people would feel that it was reasonable, but if he couldn't solve the problem and his progress was blocked, Qing state's morale would suffer a large blow. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If even a person like the great scholar couldn't cure it, who else in Southern Xia had the ability? The Qing state citizens would lose confidence in the kingdom, and once they lost confidence in the kingdom, large amounts of refugees would appear. This was not good for Qing state and the kingdom. Since the matter had been solved, there was no need for Gu Qianqiu to hide his identity. For such a large character to come to Qing state, the Greenwood Marquis and his son would definitely pay a visit and send a generous gift to express their gratitude. Is the great scholar still in the research room? Yes. After that night, he hasn't left his room in 3 days. After Gu Qianqiu had eliminated the scorpion beast's main force that night, he had not appeared in the following battles. He only locked himself in his research room and focused on studying the 4-directional thunder array's blueprint. There was too much wisdom contained in this array. Gu Qianqiu was like an adventurer that had found a hidden treasure. Under his excitement and fanaticism, he did not sleep for 3 days. Just his notes filled up 3 thick notebooks. The Greenwood Marquis, Mu Rong, greets Mr. Chiu. Gu Qianqiu was interrupted by the Greenwood Marquis, and his eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. He immediately closed the notebook and walked out of the research room. The Greenwood Marquis has personally come, so he will most likely recognize this old man. The Greenwood Marquis did not pretend to be stupid and said with a serious expression, "The great scholar has come from afar to solve Qing state's problem. Mu Rong has not recognized you in time and has come to make up for it. Mu Xian, why haven't you given the gift yet?" There's no need for this kind of thing. Gu Qianqiu did not even look at it, as he gave a sigh. Solving Qing state's problem is not my merit. It is not my merit. Gu Qianqiu had been studying the blueprint for several days. As he continued to study it, he felt like he was looking at a tall mountain. Even a single detail of this blueprint would allow Gu Qianqiu to study it for several days. Just who was this young man? Mu Rong saw that the great scholar was not willing to accept the gift, so he did not force him. The Green Ridge has been opened, and Qing state has regained its vitality. This marquis wants to hold a grand banquet and hopes that the great scholar will give me some face. Gu Qianqiu wanted to say something. Suddenly, A sharp cry rang out. When they looked up into the sky, they saw over 100 giant flying demon beasts. They had light yellow feathers like the sun. The lion's back half was covered in yellow fur, and the eagle's head was covered in golden feathers. They had a large body and gave off an awe-inspiring aura. On the back of each griffin sat a knight with a lance in his hand. Griffin Knights? It's the Royal Knights. They're from Imperial City. In a small country like Southern Xia, flying mounts were rare, and most of the griffins were imported from other countries. So even though the Griffin Knights were strong, they were not the main force. They were only used for scouting, sending messages, and guarding the royal palace. A large man with a full beard landed on the ground and respectfully knelt down on one knee. "I am the Royal Knight's third captain, Chow Bao. I greet the great scholar and the Greenwood Marquis." The Greenwood Marquis asked, "The Royal Knights have been dispatched. Could something big have happened?" "We have come to Qing State under the king's orders to assist the great scholar in his mission to Central State." Chow Bao held a secret letter in both hands. "This is an urgent letter from Imperial City to the great scholar. I ask the great scholar to personally take a look." Gu Qianxiu looked over it, his brows tightly knit together before his face turned dark. Humph, what a wild brat, angering this old man to death. Gu Qianxiu angrily threw the letter to the ground. How can Southern Xia tolerate this kind of arrogance? The Greenwood Marquis asked in a surprised voice, "Why is the great scholar angry?" "A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth has appeared in Central State. Not only did he insult my disciple and my reputation, he even challenged me by name. The most hateful thing is that this person has created chaos in Central State, causing rivers of blood to flow in Central State City and tens of thousands of people to die." There was something like this. The Greenwood Marquis was very shocked as he picked up the letter to look over it. In this era, there was a lack of information. Qing State couldn't even take care of itself, and the Greenwood Marquis didn't know much about the other states, so he was shocked when he saw it. This scroll was filled with the crimes of a young man called Chu Tian, practically portraying him as an unpardonable villain. This person had even insulted the great scholar's former student, and even insulted the great scholar himself. If this was known, it would cause a stir in Southern Xia. What was even worse was that he had caused a stir in Central State, swallowing the three great families and becoming the leader of Central State. Not only that, although he had committed all sorts of crimes, the Imperial City did not immediately punish him. They had sent a special envoy to investigate, but in the end, he had traveled tens of thousands of miles to Central State, and before his but even warmed, he had been crippled. This kind of arrogance and this kind of arrogant attitude, it was truly rare in this world. If Shen Fengho is in Central State, why is Central State in such chaos? Shen Fengho? Gu Qianxiu was already a bit dissatisfied with Shen Fengho. He has always been in a half-secluded state, so it's hard to avoid neglecting the management of Central State. That's why such a wild person has appeared. Since this old man has met him, I can't just watch this evil wind grow, so I will personally go to Central State. The Greenwood Marquis asked, "This Marquis is willing to lend the great scholar a hand. In Southern Xia, no one dares to move against me, and the three rulers have to give me face. So what does a trivial Central State city count for? Even better, Southern State's Western Marquis has received orders and will arrive in Central State in a few days. This old man will go first and see the situation." Qing State's military strength was tight, so it was not suitable to make a big move. This is also good. Gu Qianxiu did not waste any time in Qing State. He immediately rode on Chow Bao's griffin and headed for Central State. When the vast green land of Qing State was getting further and further away, Gu Qianxiu couldn't help thinking of the youth Yu Chang'e. He didn't know where this peerless genius came from, and whether he would ever have the chance to ask him for advice again. Gu Qianxiu hated that his skin was not thicker. He should have kept the other side busy, but now that he had left, who knew where he would go? After this matter in Central State, he had to properly inquire about it. Chapter 257. The Griffin Knights were too conspicuous. If they appeared in Central State City, wouldn't that be telling everyone that the imperial city had sent an army? If Chu Tian made an extreme move, perhaps the citizens would be implicated. It was best to secretly capture Chu Tian and not cause any disturbances in Central State. Don't alert the enemy. Hide your mounts and infiltrate Central State City. Find Chu Tian's whereabouts and capture him in one fell swoop. Gu Qianxiu gave Cao Bao and the others a task. After Southern State's Western Marquis arrives, will bring Chu Tian to him and send him to Imperial City to be judged. Then the great scholar. Just capture him. I'll be in charge of collecting evidence against Chu Tian. Understood. Chu Tian is a very arrogant and tyrannical person. He might have an expert by his side. Even the Nangong family's true soul, realm envoy, was crippled, so you must be careful when you move. Please be assured, great scholar, will definitely complete this task. Go. The selection process for the royal knights was extremely strict. Not only were they the strongest knights in the kingdom, but they were also brave and smart enough to fight in all kinds of situations. Any member of the elite storm cavalry could become the captain of 1,000 storm cavalry. This was Southern Xia's special forces. So how hard would it be for them to kidnap a single person? Cao Bao led his royal knights first and entered Central State City in disguise. Gu Qianxiu passed through the Central State Port and entered the city as a traveling scholar. However, when Gu Qianxiu arrived at the Central State Port, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Of the 8 states of Southern Summer, which one had Gu Qianxiu not been to before? Qing State's port was the largest. Because Qing State was the source of the country's resources, the transportation of resources was very developed. There were over 200 ships docked at the Qing State port, which was a very spectacular scene. Today, he was surprised to find that the Central State port was twice as large as before. There were at least 300-400 ships docked and 10,000-20,000 workers working hard, creating a very shocking scene. What was even more shocking was that the Central State port was still expanding. In around half a month, the port would double in size again. This was just like a prosperous shipping trade scene that was full of vitality. When did the Central State become so developed? Near Central State City, countless factories were bustling with activity. Beast carriages dragged materials in and out, and all kinds of finished products were transported into warehouses. It was a prosperous scene. Strange indeed. Half a month had passed since the chaos in the Central Plains. Not only did Central Continent City not decline, it became even more prosperous than before. This was truly an unimaginable phenomenon. While Gu Qianxiu was in a daze, he suddenly felt the sky sink. When Gu Qianxiu looked up, his chin almost fell to the ground. What is this? There were 3 oval-shaped objects in the sky that looked like giant eggs, and they were slowly approaching from one direction at a rather fast speed. Gu Qianxiu had never seen this thing before. It looked like a hot air balloon, but it was definitely not an ordinary hot air balloon because this thing was very fast. It clearly had a powerful propulsion system. A container-like basket hung from each of the giant oval-shaped eggs. Gu Qianxiu watched as the giant eggs slowly floated outside Central State City. They steadily stopped in the air above a large warehouse and then slowly sank down. When they were less than 3 meters from the ground, the container-like basket was opened and 2 people came out. They placed bags of heavy ores in front of the warehouse. The 3 giant eggs had a shocking amount of goods, piling them up to form a small mountain. After the goods were unloaded, The giant egg slowly floated up and slowly flew in another direction. The shock in Gu Qianqiu's heart could not be described with words. At the same time, as a scholar, he was filled with curiosity towards new things. He walked in front of the warehouse and saw the workers moving the goods. He asked in a curious voice, "Little brother, what are these things flying in the sky?" "You've just arrived in Central State City." A worker with a cigarette in his mouth said in a very proud voice, "This thing can only be seen in Central State. It's called an airship. It's almost as big as a small cargo ship." "That's right. These ores were sent over from South Sky City. It's called something. Hidden Image Stone." Right. That's what it's called. This airship directly flies to the mine and then sends it over to Central State City. You have to know that the mine is deep in the forest and beast carriages can't enter at all. If you want to transport the ores to South Sky City, don't even mention how much effort it would take to transport them from South Sky City to Central State City. The entire process would take at least 7-10 days, and it's not safe at all. With this airship, the efficiency of mining and transporting has increased by 10 times. Too shocking. This was definitely an important tool for transporting goods. This era was too rich in resources. In fact, even if it was a small country, there were not many resources that could be mined. Most of them could not be mined because of geographical or environmental factors. For example, Qing State's Green Ridge. That was the largest resource area in southern Xia. Now, it was only a few % of the resources that had been discovered. Why? It was because the mountains were high and the rivers were dangerous, making it hard to enter and transport, so they could only look and not mine. With this airship, wouldn't it be able to replace ships for shipping? It can't be. The airship's capacity is not small, but it is far from a large ship. Other than that, this airship has a limited range and is only suitable for transporting goods within a state. It can't be used to transport goods across continents. Another worker cut in, "What are you so anxious for? Miracle Commerce has just made this airship, and there are only 3 in the world. If it can't be done now, can it be done in the future?" That's right. Is there anything that Miracle Commerce can't do? These workers were all discussing with faces filled with worship for Miracle Commerce. Gu Qianqiu was silent. The appearance of this airship had a large meaning. Although this Miracle Commerce and Chu Tian did all sorts of evil things, they still had some skill. Gu Qianqiu took this chance to ask, "I heard that Central State is very chaotic right now. Is this true?" "Central State is chaotic?" Damn. These workers stared at him. Central State used to be very chaotic. With those nobles suppressing us, it was hard for us to even breathe. Ever since Miracle Commerce defeated the 3 great families, Central State's atmosphere has become much more relaxed, and even the small and medium nobles have become friendly. In less than half a month, our salaries have tripled. That's right. The reason my son can go to Central State Academy is all because of the scholarship provided by the Miracle Commerce Charity Fund. A middle-aged man revealed a look of happiness. The tuition fees have been paid by Miracle Commerce, so all the money we earn is our own, and our days have become better. When our son finishes his studies in the future, I will definitely let him work for Miracle Commerce and bring glory to our family. Old sir, we still have to work. If there is nothing else, please move aside. That's right. Miracle Commerce has given us such a high salary, we have to work hard to repay them. Gu Qianqiu was a little stunned. From the eyes and expressions of these workers, these words came from the bottom of their hearts. This was completely different from what Gu Qianqiu had imagined. The Central State chaos had killed tens of thousands of people. The 3 great families had been destroyed, and the balance of power had collapsed. This was enough to cause panic in Central State, and the various clans would use this chance to swallow each other up. Central State should have fallen into chaos. Not to mention that Chu Tian had led the pirates into the city. These pirates had occupied the Four States Lake for a long time, killing and pillaging, committing all sorts of crimes. Would they not do anything after entering the city? Wasn't this just nonsense? Who would have thought that Central State City would not fall into chaos? Rather, it would become even more prosperous. The people were not in chaos, and their lives were even better than before. Could there be a discrepancy between the information and reality? No matter what, Chu Tian had led the pirates to attack the city, causing chaos in Central State, swallowing the three great families, and heavily injuring the imperial city's special envoy was an indisputable fact. These crimes were enough for him to die 100 times over. He had insulted Gu Qianqiu's disciple, and even insulted Gu Qianqiu himself. This was a provocation to the great scholar himself. No matter what, I have to capture him first. Chao Bao and the others have already made their move, so they should be able to capture Chu Tian soon. The Western Marquis will also arrive in Central State soon, so I have to hurry and collect evidence. Gu Qianqiu did not continue to wander outside the city. Rather, he directly entered Central State City to collect evidence. It was dusk, and Central State City began to darken. Strange. Why did the crystal lamps on the side of the road disappear? Gu Qianqiu's eyes swept over the streets and alleys. The main city had crystal lamps, but they had all been removed and replaced with strange towers. The towers were around 3 meters tall, and there was a large glass ball on top of them. Were there no lights in Central State City? Humph! Good Chu Tian, even removing the lights. Wouldn't the citizens not be safe at night? He clearly did not care about the citizens' lives at all. Note it down, note it down. Actually, the lack of public facilities in the city did not have anything to do with Chu Tian. Wasn't this the responsibility of the mayor? Gu Qianqiu thought that it was because of Chu Tian's disturbance in Central State that the destruction of the public facilities was also his responsibility. Gu Qianqiu did not even remember it. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, and the entire Central State City seemed to be lit up. All the streets were lit up, and the light turned the streets as bright as day. Gu Qianqiu retreated 10 meters in fright. What is this? Where did this country bumpkin come from? An adult held a little girl's hand as they walked down the street. The little girl was amused by Gu Qianqiu's appearance. You don't even know what an electric light is. Shameful, shameful. The adult revealed a look of disdain, but his mouth said, Little girl, how can you be this rude? You have to respect the elderly. Don't you know that electric lights are not something that can be found everywhere? Gu Qianqiu revealed an awkward expression. What is this electric light? This is an invention of Miracle Commerce, and it is very cheap. Other than South Sky City, Central State City has the most of them. This citizen proudly said, Miracle Commerce is prepared to build 5,000 lighthouses to improve the citizens' lives. There are even slums here, making our lives much more convenient. The adult and child disdainfully spoke nonsense with the bumpkin and went a play on the streets. Gu Qianqiu looked at the city in front of him in a daze. In this city that was suddenly lit up, there was a bright light coming from the glass ball at the top of the tower. This light was much brighter than the crystal, and it was very stable. Electric light. Was it a fully automatic lighting tool? Gu Qianqiu did not find any signs of it being controlled, so it most likely turned on based on the intensity of the light. Not simple at all. When did Central State City have this many interesting things? But this did not have much use. It was just to replace the crystal light. Gu Qianqiu did not believe that after Chu Tian committed such a large crime, could there not be any evidence? There had to be. Chapter 258. Although information was blocked in this day and age, it was impossible for Imperial City to not notice a large change in Central State City. Unless the change happened in a short period of time, and Imperial City did not have time to pay attention to it. Gu Qianqiu did not know about it at all. The streets of Central State City made people feel like they were in a different world. Not only were there street lights on both sides, even the shop signs and decorations were filled with light, making people feel dazzled. Special price. Special price. Miracle Commerce's Southern Cloud Commerce's newest stone armor talisman. It consumes little energy, has quick effects, and does not affect movement. It has high physical resistance, can resist attacks, is corrosive, and can even reduce energy damage. It is easy to use and cheap, a must-have for adventuring. Miracle Commerce's products are all top quality. Quickly come and buy it. In front of a talisman shop, there was a loudspeaker that was repeatedly shouting. Gu Qianqiu found that the words were repeated over and over again. Whether it was the tone, speed, or tone, they were all the same. This was clearly not a single person shouting. It was a method to preserve the sound and repeat it over and over again, attracting customers to the shop. How could this loudspeaker automatically shout? Gu Qianqiu wanted to take off the loudspeaker and study it, but he resisted the urge in the end. He could not waste time on this. He had to quickly collect evidence of Chu Tian's crimes. Taverns and hotels were good places to find information, and Gu Qianqiu wanted to find a place to rest his feet. A luxurious hotel appeared in front of him, and the entire building was filled with lights. The giant signboard was made of golden lights that formed the words Miracle Grand Hotel, making it very eye-catching. Strange, why are there so many people? The entire hotel was filled with people. The line of customers stretched out to the street, and most of them were cultivators. There was no other way. He could only find a decent tavern. Welcome. The waiter immediately came forward to greet him. Do you need a private room, or do you want to go straight to the main hall? A private room. All right, what do you want to eat? The waiter led Gu Qianqiu to a private room and enthusiastically recommended, Our tavern has just ordered a batch of canned meat from Miracle Commerce. The price is reasonable, and we guarantee you will be satisfied. It's something from Miracle Commerce again. Old mister, you must have just arrived, right? Since that's the case, you should try it. Miracle Commerce's canned meat is so popular in Central State that only nobles can taste it. Even if there are many restaurants in Central State City that are out of stock, this is a rare opportunity. Give me a few servings then. The waiter asked again. This restaurant has a broadcast system. If you want to listen to the broadcast during your meal, you only need to pay an additional service fee. What's a broadcast? Old Sir really is an outsider. Miracle Commerce has built the first set in Southern Xia and Central Continent City, and it might even be the first complete broadcast system in the entire continent. No matter where the people in the city are, they can listen to the content they like at any time. Is it really that magical? Gu Qianqiu did not believe it. Then this old man wants to open his eyes. The waiter turned on a large radio that was placed on a cabinet. Immediately, a burst of melodious music reverberated, and a beautiful female voice was speaking. Welcome everyone back to the Miracle Broadcasting Station. Today we will be telling a beautiful love story. He was brought by a wandering poet from a foreign land. This magnetic female voice made people feel at ease. Coupled with the soft and melodious music, the story of the journey to the north and the twists and turns gave people an unprecedented experience. Gu Qianqiu was a person that was almost 100 years old. Of course, he would not be attracted by a love story. This magical broadcasting ability made Gu Qianqiu speechless. How is this done? The waiter said with a faint smile, Old mister, this is one of Miracle Broadcasting Station's programs. The one speaking on the radio right now is Shun Fengho's daughter, the very famous young Miss Feng Kai Dai in Central State City. If old mister does not like this program, you can change the channel yourself. News, entertainment, music, and art, there is everything. Of course, we can only listen to the public channels. We can't listen to the paid channels. Broadcast speakers? Miracle Broadcasting Station? Gu Qianqiu was stunned. What was the principle behind this technology? If the electric lights and airships were small technologies that added flowers to the brocade, then this kind of broadcasting system was a large invention. If this kind of broadcasting could cover the entire country, would it be as difficult to communicate with each other? If it could cover the entire continent, wouldn't they be able to know what was happening in the Elven Kingdom? Not only would this greatly enrich people's lives, the encrypted channel could also be used on military and secret matters. The canned food is here. Please enjoy. Gu Qianqiu ate the canned food while listening to the contents of the broadcast. This canned food was clearly made from demon beast meat. It seemed like Miracle Commerce had a method to cook demon beast meat. This was a good news for countless cultivators and mercenaries. This invention could also change the lives of many people. An hour passed by unknowingly. The sound that came from the radio did not have any static or interruptions, maintaining a steady state the entire time. The main content of the broadcast included news, music, stories, and information, as well as a few commercial advertisements. This was truly incredible. Just how many strange inventions did Miracle Commerce have? Gu Qianqiu's opinion of Chu Tian and Miracle Commerce gradually changed. Welcome back to the Miracle Broadcasting Station. At this time, Feng Katie's voice slowly flowed out like water. I have just received a piece of exciting news. Miracle Commerce's Yun sect has made a large breakthrough, and there is a new technology being born. Is this a great era-changing technology? Of course, the current technology is not mature, so Miracle Commerce is still in the experimental stage. Isn't everyone curious? To satisfy everyone's curiosity, we will be conducting a public experiment in the Central State City Square at 8 o'clock, letting the citizens of Central State City see it first. There is still an hour until the experiment starts, so those who are interested shouldn't miss it. Feng Katie's voice did not even fall. The wine shop was completely filled with noise. What? There's something new coming out. Can we wait? Pay the bill. Quickly pay the bill. I want to take a look. Pay my ass. Didn't you see the waiter run away? We should also leave. Otherwise we'll miss the progress. Gu Qianqiu threw a gold coin onto the table and jumped out of the window. His skinny body was like a monkey, jumping several times in the air before landing in the Central State City Square. It had only been a few minutes. The Central State Square was filled with people. Gu Qianqiu once again recognized the effect of the broadcast on people. The speed at which this news spread was much faster than the traditional media like newspapers. A short tower appeared in the center of the square. It was only around 3 meters tall, and the structure of the tower was very complex. Even with Gu Qianqiu's profound knowledge, he could not see through its mysteries. Everyone began to discuss with each other. They did not know what new and strange thing Miracle Commerce was going to make. Miracle Commerce's array master checked it, and the time was almost up. The test was about to begin. Hey, hello everyone, long time no see. A white-robed young man walked out. I am Yun Xiao. There's no need to introduce myself. Anyways, I am a famous person in Central State City, so there shouldn't be many people that don't know me. The crowd broke out in laughter. If one said that they didn't know Yun Xiao, there weren't many people in Central State City. Yun Xiao's reputation was mixed. He used to be a playboy who ate, drank, and gambled, but who would have thought that in just 1-2 months he would undergo such a large change, making everyone look at him differently? Everyone quiet down. Yun Xiao raised his hand and used the loudspeaker to shout. Today, Miracle Commerce will announce a great invention. Miracle Commerce rarely showed their inventions to the public. Since it was so abnormal today, the invention This time was definitely not normal. I want to ask everyone. Yun Xiao paced back and forth. Is this world big? Big. Isn't this nonsense? The world is very big, and it is filled with endless wonders. Yun Xiao said this, and then suddenly gave a sigh. However, it is a pity that everyone here, including myself, will find it hard to leave southern summer in our lives. In our entire lives, it will be hard for us to see even a billionth of this wonderful world. Everyone was silent. Everyone knew that the world was big, and everyone knew that southern summer was very small. Humans had established countries with hundreds of billions of people, but southern summer only had 200 million people. It was not an exaggeration to say that southern summer was a small place. Gu Qianqiu's feelings were even deeper. He had traveled for over 20 years, but he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. This world was truly too big. A giant empire with tens of billions of people, and a great empire spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. What kind of glory is that? Yun Xiao revealed a look of grief and indignation as he repeatedly criticized the unfairness of fate. Could it be that we can only use our limited imaginations to imagine? The elves, the spirit beasts, and the dragons, these rumored races, are not inferior to humans in terms of civilization and intelligence. What kind of world is it, and what kind of culture they have? Could it be that no one wants to personally see it? Ancient divine beasts, ancient life forms, the countless forbidden areas of the continent, strange and dazzling, filled with endless mysteries. Why can't we personally see it? Yun Zhao's acting skills were quite good, and his words became more and more hot-blooded. Beyond the sky, what kind of space is the abyss world? Don't you want to know? After tens of thousands of years, the blue sea will turn into mulberry fields. Whether it is an expert or a commoner, they will all disappear in the river of history. Could it be that our era is destined to be forgotten by people? Yun Zhao's words filled everyone's hearts with ripples. I don't know what you think. In any case, I'm not willing. Yun Xiao tightly clenched his fist and said, even if I am very small, I want to experience the might of a giant dragon. Even if I am vulgar, I want to personally see the beauty of the elves. Even if I am humble, I want to see the depths of the abyss world. Even if I am useless, I want to be remembered by future generations and forever live in people's memories. Does everyone think I'm crazy? That's right. If there was a miracle commerce, I would also think that I'm crazy. Gu Qianqiu was stunned hearing this. This brat really knew how to boast, but with this gimmick, it was enough to whet everyone's appetite. Everyone couldn't help being fascinated and wanting to know just what kind of things miracle commerce had brought. Even if you say it 1,000 times, it's still better than seeing it once. Yun Xiao felt that it was about time and immediately moved to the side. He waved his hands. Please bring out Miracle Commerce's newest invention. Chapter 259. Yun Xiao was a pompous person, but his eloquence was not bad. This speech had hooked everyone's appetite, and now he was finally going to announce the invention of Miracle Commerce. 2 Miracle Commerce employees immediately pushed a rectangular object forward. There was a large black cloth covering it, making it hard for everyone to see what it looked like. I asked everyone to witness it. Yun Xiao revealed the black cloth in a confident manner. Everyone stretched out their necks and saw a speckless mirror appear in front of them. This mirror was around the height of a person, and there was a giant source energy array on it, releasing faint spirit energy fluctuations. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it just a mirror? Everyone began to discuss with dissatisfaction. Yun Xiao had hooked everyone's appetite for so long, but what was the result? He took out a mirror in the end? Wasn't this just fooling everyone? Gu Qianqiu observed it for a few seconds. Mind's eye open. Gu Qianqiu opened his mind's eye to observe it. If he looked at it with his naked eye, He would think it was a mirror, but when he used his mind's eye to see its essence, he found that it was not as simple as a mirror. It was made of metal, and on top of the smooth metal, there was a layer of material that was less than a millimeter thick. Gu Qianxiu could not tell what this material was, but it was a reflective material that formed the surface of the mirror. This thing was not as simple as a normal mirror. "Quiet down! Quiet down!" Yun Xiao loudly shouted a few words through the loudspeaker. Everyone stopped discussing and gradually calmed down. "I know everyone has many questions in their hearts. Then tell me, don't be anxious. Actually, in this special conference, I am not the main character." Yun Xiao said this, and then loudly shouted, "Next, we invite the Miracle Commerce Vice Chairman, young Miss Meng Qingwu." Meng Qingwu personally came. Everyone was stunned. That was impossible. It was impossible for no one to notice Meng Qingwu coming out. Meng Qingwu's peerless appearance, no matter where she went, she would attract countless gazes. If Meng Qingwu came, everyone would know. Everyone quickly look. The mirror is changing. The surface of the mirror, which had been quietly placed there, gradually emitted a hazy glow. It was no longer the mirror that could be seen clearly before. It was as if it had been sprayed with water vapor. So it was covered with a layer of mist. There was something fishy about this mirror. The light emitted from the mirror grew stronger and stronger. Finally, a layer of water-like ripples appeared, and an invisible energy was brewing within it. Everyone had a strange feeling. The mirror was no longer there, and there was another space inside the frame. "Ah, look!" Amidst the exclamations of countless people, a figure appeared in the mirror, changing rapidly from blurry to clear. It was a stunning beauty in a white robe, with a perfect figure, noble temperament, steady and dignified. Who else could it be but Meng Qingwu? Oh my God! Guild leader Meng Qingwu is in the mirror. What the hell is going on? Why is she in the mirror? The glowing mirror became clearer and clearer. Meng Qingwu was sitting on a luxurious mahogany bench in the lobby of the Miracle Commerce headquarters. There was a jade tea set on the table beside her, dignified and elegant. Her black hair was like lacquer, her skin was like jade, and her beautiful eyes revealed an indescribable charm. She was like a budding noble peony, beautiful but not bewitching, gorgeous but not out of the ordinary. It was too magical. Meng Qingwu was sitting in the Miracle Commerce headquarters, but she was able to face everyone in the plaza. It was like she was right in front of them, and they could touch Meng Qingwu if they stretched out their hands. She smiled sweetly. Her elegant and beautiful style made everyone feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Then Meng Qingwu picked up a round microphone and said, "Hello, everyone." Her voice came from the speakers on both sides. When he saw such a strange scene, a certain scholar's eyes had already widened to the size of a dead fish. This had completely subverted his understanding. Miracle Commerce's technology could transmit sound and images separately, but at the moment, the audio could not be transmitted at the same time. This was a more complicated technology. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Chu Tian could not complete it in half a day. Meng Qingwu was using the newest technology of Miracle Commerce. It did not use a radio and directly transmitted sound. This was something that others could not discover at the moment. I am very happy to be able to meet everyone in this way. Thank you for your support. Miracle Commerce has gone through difficult research and has recently found the correct method to use the hidden image stone. What you are seeing is actually the magnetic image tower and the image transferring mirror. Everyone stared at each other. The entire place was silent. As the name suggests, the magnetic image tower is the same as the magnetic sound tower. It's just that the type of signal transmitted is different. The image transferring mirror is the same as a radio in a sense. It can receive sound signals. When this invention comes out, it will further change people's lives. Other than that, we are currently researching how to make the magnetic image disc. Just like the magnetic sound disc, it can store images and images. This means that images can be recorded. People can record demon beasts, terrain, and people and store them as data. It can even be stored in a library, opening people's eyes and allowing future generations to look back at it. It will have a subversive effect on education, civilization, and our daily lives. Meng Qingwu had a unique temperament. It was noble, but not arrogant, dignified, but not lacking in friendliness. It made everyone immerse themselves in it. Everyone thought back to Yun Zhao's words and felt their blood boil. Perhaps it would become possible in the future. Everyone did not need to leave Central State City to see the outside world's civilization and landscape. People did not need to be strong to see the giant dragon behemoth's glory. People did not need to be great to preserve their appearance and let their future generations remember it. Here, I will reveal a bit of information to everyone. Meng Qingwu continued to say, "We have already developed our first product. It is a kind of 2D still image capturing and preserving technology. It can perfectly capture and preserve a scene. Do you want to preserve your youthful appearance forever? Do you want to preserve a memorable moment? The chance has come. Miracle Commerce will open its stores tomorrow, and you can have an eternal memory with a small amount of money. I welcome everyone to experience it. Thank you for your support." That's all. The video transmission was not very stable, so Meng Qingwu did not continue. Otherwise, it would be too shameful. So she ended the special conference. "Dad, Mom, I want to go. I want to preserve my youthful appearance so that when I grow old, I can see my past appearance. Dear, let's go too." When Meng Qingwu disappeared into the mirror and the glowing mirror quickly dimmed, turning back into a normal mirror, everyone present had different reactions. Some were pleasantly surprised, some were shocked, some were deep in thought, and some were filled with joy. There were many different reactions. "This is really hateful." Gu Qianxiu gave a long sigh. "If this thing could be made for 50 years, I would also be a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. It's a pity. I won't be able to see my youthful appearance again." No matter what, how could they miss this chance? This old man must be one of the first to experience it. Gu Qianxiu did not even think as he ran to line up, completely forgetting why he came to Central State City. Who didn't want to stay young forever? This was almost impossible, but Miracle Commerce had given everyone a different method to stay young forever. Miracle Commerce was busy. All right. Take away the light. Take away all these things as well. The main hall was in a mess. Chu Tian was in the middle directing as the Miracle Commerce staff carried the lights and miscellaneous items, quickly leaving the main hall. Meng Qingwu rubbed her towering chest. Her head was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. Don't look at her calm appearance. The young Miss Hart was filled with nervousness. This kind of live broadcast, in front of everyone, was an unprecedented experience for Meng Qingwu. "Wipe your sweat. It's been hard on the young miss." Chu Tian came over and personally wiped Meng Qingwu's sweat with a white handkerchief. "Hey, take your hand off me." Meng Qingwu was a bit embarrassed, blocking all these people. She was a bit nervous as she said, "Was there really no problem with what we did just now? Sound and image are transmitted separately. Will there be any problems?" I say, "Young miss, do you not believe me? This really hurts my heart." Meng Qingwu's face turned red. "Do you even have a heart? With me here, there won't be any problems." Chu Tian brought down a jade-like mirror. "Just wait and see. This thing will be popular throughout the country and the entire continent." Meng Qingwu nodded and stood up. She touched the smooth jade-like mirror. "It really is hard to believe. How can this material have this kind of special ability? It can actually reflect a person's appearance to another place. You don't understand. The hidden image stone has the same ability as the hidden sound stone. Shu Tian said with a smile, the hidden sound stone can capture sound, and the hidden image stone can capture light to store it. As long as we can find the right way, we can use these two materials. Look at this source energy array. Shu Tian turned the mirror over and said, this is a light-attributed light image array. The hidden sound stone can capture light, but it is not stable enough to form an image. The source energy array's function is to support the image. I'll teach you the principle in a bit. After Miracle Commerce grasps the sound and image transmission technology, we can think of a way to combine the two. Meng Qingwu's heart was filled with anticipation. Chu Tian, elder sister Qingwu, Nan Gongyun impatiently charged in. Yingying and I are ready. Now we're just waiting for you to... Meng Qingwu blankly asked, what are you doing? Of course we're taking pictures, Nan Gongyun said with an excited expression. Let the 4 earliest partners of Miracle Commerce take the first picture of the continent. Chapter 260. The 3 of them walked into an empty laboratory with a strange piece of equipment in it. Yun Tianhe was fiddling with it, while Meng Yingying was leading a few researchers, busying themselves with it. Chu Tian walked in and asked, Yingying, is it done? Meng Yingying gave a strong unsound and made a no problem gesture. All right, then let's begin. Chu Tian waved his hand at Yun Tianhe, who was in charge of the equipment. Get ready, we're going to take a picture. Take a picture? Was this the camera Chu Tian wanted to make? The camera was different from the phonograph, but the spirit energy was similar. In order to differentiate it from the phonograph, everyone decided to call it a camera. It could capture light and store images. Meng Qingwu curiously looked at the camera, because there were only a few cameras made. It was still very rough, but the structure was very complex. On a triangular stand, there was a square-shaped black box with a gun barrel sticking out, pointing in front of them. Chu Tian had changed into a new set of clothes and combed his hair into a very eye-catching style. He brought the little fox along. Yingying, young Miss Nangong, come over. Meng Yingying, Meng Qingwu, and Nan Gongyun were all called over. Meng Qingwu was confused because even Nan Gongyun, who was usually the craziest, was solemn at this moment, appearing hot and charming. You guys are... Don't talk for now, we're going to take a picture. I'm not ready yet. I say, young miss, do you still need to prepare? Chu Tian forcefully pulled the 3 beauties over. Meng Qingwu had a blank expression, while Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyun had a face filled with excitement. No one had ever experienced this before, so they were really looking forward to it. Are you ready? Yun Tianhe placed a small chip into the groove and adjusted the equipment to aim at the people in front of him. I'm going to take a picture. Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyun immediately adjusted their expressions. Wait, Chu Tian called for a stop. What are you doing? What a waste of my time. Chu Tian suggested, think about it. This will be the world's first photograph. It is very likely that it will be passed down for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It will become a moment in history that will mark an epic-making moment. Don't beat around the bush. Meng Yingying glared at him fiercely. If you have something to say, just say it. What I mean is, isn't it too uncreative for the 4 of us to hold on such a historic photo like it's a piece of wood? Chu Tian said seriously, I don't want people to think that we are old-fashioned and inflexible when they see us in class or in textbooks tens of thousands of years later. The 3 girls smiled. That seemed to make sense. Meng Yingying asked, then what kind of pose should we take? How about this? Chu Tian suggested, in order to show Miracle Commerce's loving family style, I'll suffer a loss and offer my handsome face for you to kiss. Scram. Rogue. Go die. The 3 girls said at the same time. I knew there wouldn't be such a good thing. Forget it, forget it. Let's just take a pose and start taking a picture. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu stood in the end. Meng Yingying stood on Chu Tian's left, and Nangong Yun stood on Chu Tian's right. Nangong Yun and Meng Yingying both made a victory sign. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. The moment Yun Tianhe pressed the button, Chu Tian suddenly stretched out his arms. One hand wrapped around Meng Yingying's neck, and the other hand wrapped around Meng Qingwu's waist. Kacha! Several source energy arrays lit up, and a faint glow fell onto the four of them. Meng Yingying was filled with rage, like thunder. She was like an angry rabbit. Bastard, you dare sneak attack us. Meng Qingwu kicked out, with her long leg. Sorry, I couldn't control myself. Chu Tian nimbly dodged and hid to the side with a smile. Old Yun, how is the photo? It's done. Yun Tianhe took out the small chip and immediately placed it in Chu Tian's hands. The little fox was filled with interest. It took the lead and took a look. The four of them were reflected on the chip and looked exactly the same as the real person. It was like looking into a mirror. When the little fox saw itself in the photo, it excitedly pointed with its claw. Then it jumped up and down, looking very happy. Let me see. Meng Yingying and Nangong came over to take a look. Meng Yingying's nose was crooked from anger. In this photo, she was being hugged by Chu Tian. Her face was flushed red, and she looked very cute. Meng Qingwu was filled with anger. Her waist was being hugged by Chu Tian, and her originally smiling face was now filled with a trace of shock and nervousness. Not bad, not bad. Chu Tian said to Yun Tianhe, this is the effect I want. I want this photo to be passed down for thousands of years, and let everyone be envious of me hugging a woman on my left, and write, ha, 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 ha. Meng Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. It really is the same. Meng Yingying was attracted by the image on the small chip and did not pursue Chu Tian. She knit her brows and said, it's just that it's too small. It would be better if it was a bit bigger. You probably don't understand. Chu Tian said, this small hidden image stone chip is called a negative. After you put it into the camera and activate it with a source energy array, the energy inside the crystal will be released, and it will capture the image in front of the camera. After we obtain this small negative, we can use it to make a photo. Chu Tian gave the negative to Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe immediately went to take care of it. After around 10 minutes, Yun Tianhe ran back with a tray of things in his hands. I'll make 10 different size photos. What do you think? Four heads immediately gathered. The largest one was a foot long, and the photo of the four of them could be clearly seen. Wah! Meng Yingying shouted in pleasant surprise. It's so clear. It's like we're looking in a mirror. How can it be so clear when it's so big? Nangong Yun was also filled with praise. This is too incredible. The clarity of the photo is related to the density of the hidden image stone. The higher the density of the hidden image stone, the finer the light it can store, so the clearer the photo is. Even if this photo is enlarged to 3 meters, it will not be blurry at all. Meng Qingwu stroked the warm jade photo, and her brows slightly knit together. Using jade as a medium, wouldn't the cost be a bit high? I'm afraid it won't be good for promotion. Vice Chairman doesn't need to worry at all. Yun Tianhe stroked his beard and said, actually, the medium isn't important. The real thing is the surface layer of hidden image stone. This layer of hidden image stone can be plated on jade. It can also be plated on crystal, glass, beast skin, or even paper. It's all the same. Meng Qingwu revealed a surprised expression. This also means that any material can be used as a medium. Most materials can be used. Meng Qingwu was moved. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the newspapers, books, and even the streets of Central State City would be filled with these high-definition and realistic pictures. Chu Tian raised the photo high up and was more satisfied the more he looked at it. What he was holding in his hand was not a normal photo. This was history. How many heroes had been submerged in the river of time? Chu Tian was able to freeze history. What kind of great significance was this? This was an era-changing invention. If a person had a source energy camera, no matter where they went, they would be able to take pictures. This world was very beautiful. Even if a person didn't leave their home, they would still be able to see the tip of the iceberg through photos. This thing is too fun. Meng Yingying loudly shouted, "I still want to take pictures. I still want to take pictures." Nan Gongyun even said, "You three are so close. I feel like I'm an outsider. How can this be? Boss, I want to take a picture with you alone." "No problem." Nan Gongyun casually hugged Chu Tian's shoulder, and the two of them took a picture together. "Yingying, let's take a picture." All right. The two sisters stood together to take a picture. Ji. The little fox danced around, wanting to take a picture alone. Chu Tian also agreed and let it take a picture. Meng Yingying was very happy. It's too boring if it's just us. It's more interesting when everyone is together. That's right. Nan Gongyun had an expression of agreement. I'll go and call Yun Yao, Kaidai, Aunt Chun, and the others over. Everyone gathered together and took pictures with all kinds of different poses. It was such a small camera, but they had a lot of fun playing with it. Since the camera has been tested internally, there are no problems. Chu Tian announced, "We'll open test it to the entire city tomorrow and let everyone experience this magic. In order to advertise, we'll make a few posters and let everyone in the city see it." Posters? Meng Yingying asked in a curious voice. "What is a poster?" Chu Tian directly picked up the camera. "Come here, I'll take a picture for you." Chu Tian had Meng Yingying hold the canned food and take several pictures. Chu Tian said to Meng Yingying, "We'll print the pictures and make them 3 meters tall. Then we'll add some advertising words and post them in every city. I can guarantee that in just a few days, your canned food production will double." Really? Of course, whether it's the newspapers or the radio stations, they all have blind spots. If we put these pictures in the most eye-catching places and streets in every city, it will be hard for people to ignore it. It will definitely attract attention, and you, Yingying, will become a star at that time. This was indeed a new method of publicity, because it had never appeared on the continent before. The advertising effect would be very strong. There was no other advertising method that could be more direct than this. Every time Miracle Commerce released a new product, they would put up posters everywhere. Along with the radio stations, the effect could be imagined. Everyone played until late at night. Because the photo studio in the city was about to open, Chu Tian needed to do a final check before dawn to avoid any problems. So, Chu Tian left the headquarters first and went to Miracle Commerce's photo studio. Just as Chu Tian walked into a relatively secluded street. "Wait," Chun Bingyu suddenly said in a low voice. "Someone is following us." Chu Tian knit his brows. "Being followed? Who is it?" Chapter 261. Remnants of the 3 great families. Impossible. There was no one in Central State City that dared to make a move against Chu Tian, and they did not have the ability to make a move against Chu Tian. Mind's lamp ignited when his divine sense swept over. Chu Tian found several dozen people. These people really had a way of hiding their auras. If Chu Tian did not deliberately investigate, he would not have found them. What was even more shocking was that these people were very strong, with most of them being in the 5th to 6th awakened soul layer, and the leader being in the peak 7th awakened soul layer. Although he could not compare to the remote elders of the great families, he could still be considered a peak expert in Central State. After the Chu, Luo, and Yi families' remote elders were killed, the Central State families did not have this kind of strength. These people definitely came from Imperial City. Had Shen Fengho not taken care of the calm martial ruler yet? Chu Tian knit his brows. He was not worried about the other side's strength, but rather he did not know that so many experts had infiltrated Central State City. How could he feel at ease? Chu Tian was not afraid of being ambushed, but he was worried about the people around him, especially Yingying and the young miss. If their hearts were a bit darker and they were a bit more ruthless, these people would have the ability to capture Meng Yingying and the young miss without anyone knowing. Chu Tian would not be able to do anything about it. No, they had to be eliminated. There seems to be quite a few of them. Chun Bingyu asked in a low voice, "Should we make a move?" "No, there are true Soul Realm experts among them." Chu Tian was confident in Chun Bingyu, but even with Chun Bingyu's strength, it was impossible to catch them all in one fell swoop. If we act rashly and alert them, it will be difficult to find them again in the city. Your meaning is, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. This is very disadvantageous. We need to find their nest and capture them all. Chu Tian said in a low voice, "We'll beat them at their own game. Let them capture me, and I'll leave some traces. You should go back now and find Old Yun and Boss Yu. We'll deal with these rats in one fell swoop." Chun Bingyu felt it was too risky. If it is an assassination, you... At this time, a furry white head popped out, its black eyes staring at Chun Bingyu, as if it was saying, "Do you think this fox doesn't exist?" When Chun Bingyu saw the little fox, she immediately understood why Chu Tian was so fearless. That was right. I almost forgot. Chu Tian had a hidden bodyguard. This little fox did not have any battle strength, but the little fox was very smart. It also had a sealed hell fire demon soul puppet. The little fox used the ancient demon race's summoning technique, so it could summon at least one or two hell flames to help it fight. The hellfire demon's strength could not compare to when it was alive, but it was still at the peak 9th awakened soul layer. Even if there was one of the 8 marquises among the people plotting against Chu Tian would still be able to escape, so there was no problem with his safety. All right. Chun Bingyu no longer hesitated. Cao Bao led 50 royal knights into the city, while the other 50 waited outside the city to provide support. He thought that 50 people was more than enough to capture Chu Tian, but he never thought that Miracle Commerce's headquarters would be so heavily guarded, and there was more than one true Soul Realm expert. He could not directly attack, so he could only wait for a chance. It was hard for Chu Tian to come out, but he had brought a super expert with him. Although the royal knights were not weak, it was not easy to capture someone from Chun Bingyu's hands. Even if they succeeded, they would have to pay a heavy price. So Cao Bao and the others were not anxious to make a move, so they followed and observed. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. Chu Tian walked halfway before thinking of something. He turned around to give Chun Bingyu a few orders, and Chun Bingyu left on her own. Strange, could it be a trap? Cao Bao knit his brows. First watch this brat, don't make any rash moves. Li Hu, go see if that girl has gone far. A lean man followed them and returned after a few minutes. Captain, she has indeed gone back. All right, everyone prepare to make a move. Don't make any noise and quickly take her away. Several dozen black figures quickly spread out, surrounding Chu Tian. Chu Tian clearly saw this, but he pretended not to see it. He whistled as he walked, but when he turned a corner in front of him, 2 fists suddenly flew over. Ah, Chu Tian pretended to be panicked as he flew back. There's a thorn. Halfway through, Cao Bao charged behind him, and his right arm was filled with spirit energy, turning it as black as ink as he heavily slashed at the back of Chu Tian's neck. A muffled sound rang out. The ground cracked from the impact. Chu Tian's protective spirit energy was broken, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Idiot! Chow Bao thought it would take some effort, but who would have thought that this fellow would be so useless? He immediately waved his hand. Success, let's go! The two royal knights picked up Chu Tian, and several dozen black figures flashed, disappearing from the street as if nothing had happened. Of course, Chu Tian was pretending to be unconscious. Chow Bao did not know that Chu Tian cultivated the starlight immortal body. Because of the long-term starlight tempering, his body was very strong. Not to mention that Chu Tian had already made preparations. If a peak 7th awakened soul layer expert attacked with all their might, Chu Tian might not be able to block it. But if they didn't kill him and just wanted to knock Chu Tian unconscious, then the strength would be within the acceptable range. Right now, it was the middle of the night, and the city gates were closed. If they brought Chu Tian out of the city, it would attract attention. Chow Bao found an ordinary house and placed Chu Tian in the basement. Then he busied himself with his work. Soul-locking cuffs. Origin binding rope. Chu Tian's hands were cuffed by a pair of black handcuffs. This was a handcuff specially made for awakened soul cultivators. Not only was it very hard, it could withstand the strength of a giant elephant, and it could even suppress an awakened soul cultivator's source spirit. An awakened soul cultivator's source spirit could not be used, so their strength would be greatly reduced. This was not all. Chow Bao used a rope covered in runes to tie up Chu Tian. This rope could seal his meridians and stop his spirit energy circulation, further weakening his ability to resist. This was a professional technique, so it was impossible for Chu Tian to break free. Li Hu, go inform the Sir and have him come back as soon as possible. Yes. Everyone else, go to the courtyard and keep watch. The royal knights did not notice that a little fox had quietly appeared behind Chu Tian. It used its teeth to break the rope and then began to bite the handcuffs. In just a short while, it had broken the handcuffs in half. The runes on the handcuffs had already lost their effect, and Chu Tian could easily break free. Chow Bao thought that it was impossible for Chu Tian to escape, so he did not care about Chu Tian. He did not know that Chu Tian could escape at any time. On the other side, as soon as Chu Tian was taken away, Miracle Commerce made a move. Yun Tianhe, the 5U brothers, and the other experts under Miracle Commerce all moved out. They immediately found the house where Chu Tian was being held. It's here? After Boss Yu confirmed it, he immediately said in a hoarse voice, "How bold, daring to take away the chairman in Central State City. We can't let them go today. Go. Kill them." The 5U brothers were all true Soul Realm experts, and there were 60-70 illustrious Soul Realm Giant Shark Gang, high-level members. Just the Giant Shark Gang's strength was enough to deal with Chow Bao's group, not to mention Chen Bingyu, Yun Tianhe, and the other experts, as well as Miracle Commerce and the Yun family's elites. Wait, Yun Tianhe stopped him. They might be Imperial City's people, so we won't kill them. It's fine as long as we bring them out. The others thought about it and felt that it was right. It was not a good thing for Chu Tian to oppose Imperial City. Boss Yu changed his order. Then don't kill them and finish this battle as quickly as possible. Chen Bingyu, Yun Tianhe, and the 5U brothers. The 7 true Soul Realm experts attacked first, instantly subduing the several royal knights. By the time the other royal knights came to their senses, the 7 of them had brought over 200 experts with them and continued their assault. How could the royal knights have thought that as soon as they brought Chu Tian back, they would be surrounded by Miracle Commerce? Captain, this is bad. We've been surrounded by a large group of experts. We won't be able to hold on for much longer. This fast? How is this possible? Hold on, stall for time for me. Chow Bao felt that this was bad, and immediately wanted to take Chu Tian away. Go, move the captives, and immediately retreat. Who would have thought that when Chow Bao reached out to grab Chu Tian? So, an unremarkable fox suddenly appeared in front of him. It spat out a dark red needle from its mouth. This needle ignored the protective essence energy and pierced into Chow Bao's body. It instantly caused damage to Chow Bao's meridians, and at the same time shattered Chow Bao's protective essence energy. Chu Tian shattered the handcuffs and released a strong energy. A jet black demon god's sword source spirit soared into the sky and slashed at Chow Bao. This is bad. He was pretending. We've been tricked. It was already too late to realize it now. Chow Bao was sent flying out of the room. Although his cultivation base was higher than Chu Tian's, with this sneak attack, Chow Bao was still heavily injured. Chow Bao angrily jumped up. A fishbone staff descended from the sky and stabbed into the ground beside Chow Bao. It immediately formed a circular water screen barrier, firmly locking Chow Bao in place. I advise you not to move. Boss Yu walked over and coldly looked at him. The entire courtyard had been broken through in less than 2 minutes. The 50 royal knights were all captured, and Chow Bao was not able to escape. There were so many experts participating in this battle, but the movement was very small, not causing any panic in the city at all. Chow Bao found this a bit hard to believe. How was this possible? Central State City was just a main city. How could there be so many experts? With this kind of elite force and this kind of fast reaction speed, this force could not be underestimated even in Imperial City. An idiot like you thinks you can catch me? Chu Tian patted his clothes as he walked out. He looked at the imprisoned Chow Bao. Speak, who sent you? Chow Bao gave a cold snort, but did not say anything. I can guess it even if you don't say it. Chu Tian waved his hand at Boss Yu. First lock them up, and then immediately clean up the scene. This fellow is not the leader. He should just be in charge of the operation. Yun Tianhao was shocked. What? This person is actually not the leader. I just heard that they have already sent people to find the real leader. We'll set up an ambush here and catch them all in one fell swoop. Chow Bao suddenly broke out in laughter. If you want to fight against Sir Gu, you're simply seeking death. Yun Tianhao was a little surprised. With Chow Bao's strength, he was actually not the leader. Then who was the one behind him? How strong was he? Where was he hiding in Central State City? That's our photo studio. Open it as usual. Chu Tian said, this matter will be handled in secret. I don't want to cause a stir in Central State City. I want to see what kind of important person Imperial City has sent this time. Just wait for your death. You nameless pawns actually dare scheme against that, sir. I'm afraid that when you see him, you'll wet your pants in fright. Ha ha ha. Chow Bao was still laughing as he was being taken away. This was the first time he had heard of someone wanting to deal with the great scholar. Wasn't this a joke? The great scholar was the #1 scholar of the southern summer country. He was the mountain and sea in the hearts of countless intellectuals. A single word from him was not something a normal person could bear. If they touched a single hair on the great scholar's head, they would be going against the countless scholars of the southern summer country. Noisy! Chu Tian waved his hand. First stuff his mouth.